passing, yeah.
And then turn and get out and then make a decision to whether it was on or off. And so it's all about that communication, that ability to be able to turn, get in and out, are the difference between the good runners, between wickets, and the bad ones.
Yep. Reaching out as far as you can, get low, and driving out the next start of the next run. Wish I'd listened to that.
You need a decent set of calf muscles to be able to.
Oh, yeah, well, there's my problem. There's my problem, you see. I was only ever given one. I blame my mother. I appealed as soon as I arrived into dry land.
Who was the gentleman you played club cricket with? You used to run in circles because of his wooden leg?
Oh, yeah, Jimmy Linton.
Jimmy Linton.
Jimmy and I would have been great pair together.
I was about to
say,
we?
Yeah.
That would have been box office, watching you two run between the wickets.
Yeah. Jimmy limped in.
Limped in, very nice. From Wayne, who writes, the top nations have superstars who are recognised and celebrated on the streets in their home countries. We have some amazing players. So why don't we celebrate them and promote the game like other countries do? Question mark. Let's fill the crowds for the Super Smash. You have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, is he saying that we should celebrate our past heroes, or we celebrate our present heroes?
Current ones.
Current heroes?
Yeah, I think so.
Not a particularly New Zealand way, but maybe I can drill down on this on Wayne's behalf, and we really do appreciate the thoughts. Do we need our Black Caps playing in the Super Smash more regularly? I must admit, I was very excited to see Will O'Rourke and Kyle Jamieson opening the bowling for Canterbury the other day.
Yeah, and Tom Latham playing.
I'm not sure Will O'Donnell enjoyed the first couple of overs. Once Capel got to them, runs started flowing for Auckland, but I think people would turn up. Great numbers.
It's a nice thought.
Great turn numbers.
Yeah, it's a nice thought in a squeeze calendar of rest and loading and all these other things and the franchise world.
Thanks for bursting Wayne's bubble quite quickly there. There's not much we can add. It's just not enough days in the year, is it?
No, I don't know what to say. Yeah, of course we should celebrate them, and I think we kind of do in our New Zealand style, don't we? In our New Zealand way, which is not to. I mean, we all kind of know somebody. We're quite a small nation, and you sort of know the stars at the time, and you don't like to push your way in there, do you? I don't know. That was certainly the way that I thought about it.
It is 25 minutes away from 4 o'clock. The news is we will have a toss at 4 o'clock play due to start at 4:30, provided we do not have any further rain. We'll take another break. Back with more from Seddon Park in Hamilton shortly. The job done. John Bracewell and Jeremy Coney will take a short break. Why not? They have powered through the last couple of hours due to this delay. It's 23 away from 4 o'clock. The toss will take place at 4, and provided no further delay, play to start at 4:30. So in the interim, let's listen back to one of our feature interviews we played during the lunch break at this venue, I think it was, during the recently completed New Zealand-England Test Series. We got a great opportunity to pull back the curtain and reflect on a wonderful time for one-day cricket in New Zealand, the 1992 World Cup. Here's my chat with former New Zealand coach and coach of the 1992 New Zealand side for the ICC Men's One Day World Cup, Mr. Warren Lees.
Sport Nation.
Sport Nation, where today we are delighted to bring you another special feature as we continue to take time to look back, to examine and appreciate some of the most iconic moments and players in the history of New Zealand cricket. And today we go back to the summer of 1992. In late February and into March 1992, were taken on a wild, thrilling and unexpected ride by the New Zealand cricket team at the 1992 Men's Cricket World Cup, co-hosted by New Zealand and Australia. A ride that saw the team pile up win after win before ultimately coming to a screeching halt in heartbreaking fashion in the semi-finals, losing to eventual champions Pakistan in front of a passionate Kiwi crowd at Eden Park. The man in charge of New Zealand, well, from a coaching perspective, was former New Zealand international and one of the great characters of the game, and our own Wally Lees, coach of this side at the 1992 Men's World Cup. Wally, great to have you on the show.
Oh, good to hear from you, Daniel. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has. The memories, I'm sure, still so very strong for you and a lot of fans listening. I'd like to take you, though, to before the tournament and your own expectations of what your side was capable of, because while I have to search the archives, I'm blown away by how little cricket you had. of Santner. Phillips not required in Wellington, might be required today, although 37 overs aside. It'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays and how that impacts the captains and how they want to roll out their armour. As far as Sri Lanka, it will be Nisanka Fernando. That's Avishka Fernando for you, braces, opening. Kusal Mendes, the keeper, batting at number 3. Kamindu Mendes, Charith Asalanka, the skipper. Janet Leonagay at 6. Chamindu Vikramasinghe at 7. Wanindu Hasaranga. The only change, we'll see Mahesh Tiksana come into the lineup for my boy Lahuru Kumara. Real disappointment there for lower order batting fans. But the fast off spinner comes into the lineup as they go with the extra spin option. Ehsan Malinga, fresh off his debut, retains his place, as does Shita Fernando. That's the makeup of the Sri Lankan side. No surprises as far as the decision at the toss, braces.
No, the side that was going to win the toss was always probably going to have a little bowl first because of the dimensions of the ground, 2, the shortening of overs, and 3, just the history of this ground in terms of chasing. It is small. This is right over one side, so I think it's 55 metres to one side, 65 to 70 the other side. So, you know, there will be a targeting of one side. The Sri Lankans have a good balance of left and right-handers throughout their order. But also, Tom Latham coming into the side also gives New Zealand another left-hander, which makes it then hard to bowl their leg spinner from one end and keep away from the short boundary and not for it not to be attacked. So I think New Zealand's still favourites in this because the greenness of the wicket. I think shortened game, less than 80 overs, means that the wicket is probably still going to do a little bit throughout the match and will do something under lights as well. So New Zealand seam bowlers, I think, will ask some serious questions of the Sri Lankan batting attack.
Well, those fans who've hung tight, braces, will be rewarded. 37 overs aside, and it's great to see such a big crowd in and hung through that rain delay, especially when it started teeming down. It's very well populated, the bank towards the city end of the ground. The stands away to our left-hand side starting to fill up as well, as we are almost there, 23 minutes away from the first ball to be bowled. The lights are on-ish, half of them are. The towers will take over, but that thick, ominous cloud above, although you check the rain radar, it just confuses you more. There's not much on the rain radar, but we've had enough for a delayed start, losing 13 overs aside. Braces, 37 overs aside. Power plays will be like this: 8 overs with just 2 up inside the circle. That is the key one, and then 22 overs, and then the final 7 overs. You're allowed to push one further player outside of the circle. So you're down to 8 overs. Does it change a team's thinking as far as how they look to construct a one-day innings?
From a batting perspective?
Yeah.
I think because it's more about the dimensions of this game, this field, to be honest, not necessarily the amount of overs, because and so the dimensions mean that the more wickets that you've got in the hutch going into basically your power overs, the better chance you've got of chasing down anything, because you can score at a high rate towards the end of an innings. So the more you got in stock, the harder you can go. So getting a nice start is essential. Having wickets in the hutch and be able to go hard towards the end tends to be the way the game's run at Seddon Park. If you lose wickets early on, you find it very difficult.
John Bracewell providing expert comments with class built for professional farmers. Jeremy Coney will also be providing those for us as the afternoon turns into evening and a late finish ahead of us. But we've got cricket, thankfully, play due to start in about 21 minutes' time with 37 overs aside. If you're just tuning in, New Zealand have been asked to bat first. Will Young, Rachin Ravindra, Mark Chapman. What do you make of that top 3 as you cast your eye further afield to the Champions Trophy, where I guess Kane Williamson slides back in? Devon Conway's available. I don't know where he fits in. Is that the top three, or is Chapman the placeholder? Is Ravindra the placeholder? What do you think will happen?
Well, I do like the left-handed, right-handed combination. I mean, so whether that means that Conway comes in and Ravindra drops down a little bit, and then Williamson comes in at 3, so you got left-hander, right-hander as well, which means that probably Chapman drops to the bench. So that's quite a natural one. It's Will Young. I mean, this is a very successful ground for Will Young here. He does well here. He plays well here. He pulls the ball well. We know he's in fine form. So it does put pressure on the selection of Conway. And to a certain extent, I do actually like Ravindra opening the batting, just because we know that his strength can also be a weakness in the red ball game, but it's very much a strength in the white ball game, with that space early on in the power play through cover and through cover point in particular. So I quite enjoy him facing the new ball. So there's good questions for New Zealand to answer. I haven't got those answers myself, but that's what depth does. It poses questions.
Yeah, Ravindra 45 off 36 in game number 1 with 6 fours and a 6. Will Young 90 off 86 with 12 fours. Our stats with Mighty Apes ring across to Mighty Mobile. Whether it was off the front foot or the back foot, he had all the answers for Sri Lanka's bowling in game number 1, Will Young.
Yeah,
what a few months he's had.
Yeah, look, he epitomises sort of like the consistency of a professional cricketer for my mind. A guy that's found his road very hard, because born in any other era, he would have played a lot more cricket. But he's had to bench warm under our greatest ever batsman, Kane Williamson, and some support acts, and Latham and Conway coming on. So it hasn't been easy for him, but he has been extremely professional about his behaviour, both on and off the park, and his preparation is something to be admired. And you just wish the guy all the best every time he goes to the wicket because of that.
What adjustments do Sri Lanka need to make with the ball today? You look at their figures. Fernando done for 33 off 6. Kamara's been dropped. Went at 7/8 and over. He was very expensive. Malinga on debut, 41 off 5. Hasadanga was pretty tight, none for 29 off 6. Wickramasinghe, 1 for 28 off 3.2. What's the keys to bowling here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to fill up their lolly jar with excuses, but you know, bowling with 3 jerseys on into a southerly is not an easy task.
You're going soft races.
It's not an easy task when, you know, generally you're bowling in 40 degrees. 4 degrees is a little bit different. So
yeah, I think when I heard Asalanka at the toss in Wellington describe, conditions here are freezing, it was never going to be their day, was it?
No. You know, so I'm not judging that performance at all. So I'm really interested to see how they go in an environment that is obviously more conducive to warmer cricket and probably better cricket because of that. So they have some good tools. They're a good side, and in particular, I think that their strength is chasing. And the reason I say that is because they do say leg side of the ball, and they do have the Jayasuriya blueprint. They tend to play in the air, they stand still, they don't fear the air, and they hit the ball really cleanly. So, you know, it is going to be an interesting game. It's going to be a dangerous game for New Zealand. They need to continue their own momentum, and they need to continue to make steps forward in this cycle or this development of this new group.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff. Use our workers to get the job done. 14 minutes after 4 o'clock. New Zealand will bat first. Sri Lanka winning the toss and deciding to have a bowl. One change to their lineup. Huru Kumara comes out and Misha Texana the fast off spinner, comes into the lineup. While New Zealand, there is a change at wicketkeeper. Tom Latham is fit again after a side strain kept him out of the game in Wellington. He replaces Mitch Hay, who will not play, as well as Michael Bracewell, who again has been omitted from the playing 11. Plenty more to come from Seddon Park. On the other side of this very short break, we'll hear from Tom Bartlett and Jeremy Coney. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. We are 16 minutes away from the first ball. 37 overs aside in Hamilton Stadium.
So we've got some new playing conditions. It's a 37 over a side game. Power plays overs 1 to 8, 9 to 30, and then the last 7 of each innings. Sri Lanka has won the toss. They have chosen to bowl first. The lights are on at Seddon Park. There's still thick overcast cloud, but the good news is that the ground is almost clear of the ground staff. There is no sign of the covers. The wickets are in. The pitch is set to go. The crowd, which has been pretty good, has been, well, they've been here a long time, being very patient, waiting on the embankment for large parts. Well, there has been drizzle. The umbrellas have been up and down a little bit, but they are set to go. And as I say, we're now 13 minutes away from a start in this second ODI. The change for the New Zealand team, Tom Latham into the Black Caps lineup. He will take the gloves from Mitch Hay. It's the only change for the New Zealand team. And one change in the Sri Lankan lineup. Diksana, the off spinner, comes into their 11. Sri Lanka bowling first. Former Black Caps captain Jeremy Coney is alongside me. Jerry had to wait a long time. 37 overs always makes it a little bit difficult, doesn't it, to think about how to go about things when you came to the ground thinking you were going to play a 50-over game.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? I guess everything happens a little bit more quickly. As a first comment, it's a question, I think, really with the bat in hand, as New Zealand have got here, of not losing men up front. We saw the importance of that even in the first game, didn't we? You lose too many up front, and I'm afraid it's very hard to pick the game up and go from there unless you've got really powerful batting right throughout the length of your batting order. So, it's a case of New Zealand starting again. They played quite aggressively in Wellington, didn't they? I don't think that will change too much. They've still got to make sure that they're not losing those early wickets, so the bulk of the runs has to be made by the young Ravindra, Chapman, Mitchell kind of arc and axis, and then you can start having be only 2 or 3 down as you go in towards the end of the innings, and then you've got some options.
You talked just a little bit before about not expecting that aggressive nature to be reined in, but, we've seen Rachin Ravindra. He's such a dashing player at the top of the order. Sort of can't help himself when it comes to these situations. Does he need to just assess this a little bit more? He batted quite well in Wellington before he got out.
Yeah, he is an aggressive player, isn't he? And that will be what some people really like about him. It's just a question of, is there an element of risk in going for a shot a ball, which he kind of almost is. He does look for runs. I like the fact that he can play spin as well, so you can't really open with a spinner against him. I think he'd attack them, there's no doubt about that. And And of course, Sri Lanka have bolstered their attack with an extra spinner this particular game. Rather than Kumara, Tikshana's coming in. So it'll be interesting to see when those two are introduced, he and Hasaranga as their spinners. So whether that will be outside what's now called the 8 overs power play rather than 10. Yeah, so look, Ravindra gives you a chance, I think, if you can move the ball away from him. And I noticed that, you know, the guy that the Sri Lankans haven't picked, the tall left armer, Banura Fernando, he really caused a few problems for Rachin Ravindra. And, you know, he nicked him off, didn't he, in the first game? And then in the second game, he was caught mid-on, something like that. So, you know, Ravindra's just got to be a wee bit careful. You don't want to get your number 3 Chapman in there too early. So it is that balance of risk and, you know, playing aggressive strokes, but at the same time working out the element of risk and which shots have that are more risky than they're worth.
No great surprise to see Tom Latham come back into the team. Obviously missed the Wellington game with that side strain, but you know, he's a quality limited overs white ball batter, isn't he? And he takes the gloves as well from Hay and bats at 5 ahead of where Phillips had batted.
Yes, he does.
To bat at 5.
That's right. Phillips moves down now, more of him to a hitting role, which might suit him as well, particularly with these boundaries. Just 58 metres away to the eastern side and 69 to the other side. So it's quite substantially larger on one side of the field as we look at it at the moment. But of course, if there's any breeze, I can't see too much around from the sort of the periphery of the ground with the trees, just a little one to hit, and that's coming from that side, which is the smaller side. So whether there's any jeopardy about hitting in the air that way, we'll just have to wait and see. The bowlers, as Braces has pointed out, you can't, having a left-hander in between Daryl Mitchell and Glenn Phillips means you can't just bowl your leg spinner from one end, because you're going to have Latham hitting that way as well, you see. So New Zealand can target both sides of the ground, whoever's bowling from which end. So that's quite a handy middle-order arrangement for the New Zealand side.
Yeah, you've talked a lot about that left front, and certainly Brace has talked about the left-right combinations throughout the batting lineup. Certainly the addition of Latham gives them that balance, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
That New Zealand lineup.
It does. I mean, he's a very experienced player too. He's had to confront all sorts of situations in his sort of one-day career, if you like. I can remember him playing a fantastic innings here against India. I think he might have got a 90 or 100 actually, and they chased down quite a big target in that particular night. And I mean, he has controlled things from number 5 before. He knows how to do it.
Getting set for the start of the second one-day international. The Black Caps and Sri Lanka. We are live at Seddon Park in Hamilton with Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. The expert commentary being provided this evening, this evening, by John Bracewell and Jeremy Coney. Expert comments with class built for professional farmers. It is 22 minutes away from 4 o'clock. Play due to start at 4:30. If you're just joining us, wondering what's been going on, well, we've had rain in Hamilton, and it means we have lost 26 overs. So this game will be a 37-over a-side contest. Power plays at 1-8, 9-30, and then the final 7 overs of the innings. Sri Lanka has won the toss. They are bowling first in very overcast conditions. The lights are on. Good crowd in for the second ODI. In fact, we've had wonderful crowds throughout the summer of cricket. Throughout the country. Nelson for the third T20. Of course, the Mount Maunganui games in the T20 series are sold out. Good crowd at the Basin Reserve for the opening one-dayer, despite the very cool conditions that we've talked about. And the Sri Lankans, no doubt, Jerry, will be very pleased to see the temperature up a little bit more as they head out to do some fielding first.
And no southerly to actually take them off their feet and have to recover from that position. So yeah, I mean, they will enjoy it more, and perhaps in Auckland as well with the drop-in pitch as well. Even that might suit them even better as well. So let's wait and see what this pitch does. What I'm interested in is, can they get the ball to move here and bounce enough that length becomes important. And in Wellington, length wasn't important for the Sri Lankan bowlers because they just skidded on. And you could stand up as a batsman and hit through the line of the ball irrespective of length. And that made it very difficult for them to really sort of put pressure on the batsman. So let's keep a close eye on the first few overs. Will this ball bounce just a wee bit for them? And can they get any movement either off the surface or away from the, and swinging the ball to the right and the left-hander?
The Sri Lankan players just starting to assemble just towards the edge of the boundary, still inside the players' area as they get set to come out and begin this game. Will Young and Rachin Ravindra are slated to open for New Zealand. Will Young, obviously a terrific score the other day, Jerry, and really kind of on the back of the form in the final test against England, is coming in with some confidence, and he's a player that I think there's a lot of confidence in the fan base about what he's going to produce for this team at the moment.
Oh yeah, I think there is. That should be growing quite quickly, shouldn't it? And I like the way he teams up with Ravindra, because what you've got is a shot maker at one end. We talked about Rachin Ravindra, and then secondly, Will Young is a little bit more orthodox. Perhaps he'll still attack, but he'll wait and select the ball that he wants to do that too. So that nice combination between one batsman looking to attack left-handed, right-hander more orthodox, play the strokes that he wants to play, organised, and as I say, he'll sort of provide that base for the New Zealand innings. That's what I like about it. So you've got a range of attack and also slightly more defence, but someone who's prepared to attack certain deliveries.
Coming up to 25 minutes past 4 here on Sport Nation. Of course, summer of cricket with trade staff use our workers to get the job done on the text machine. This one, despite the rain delay, it's been a very enjoyable afternoon of tuning in. Oh, look, it's 1 o'clock already. Cheers. Unnamed texter Jerry have been enjoying the comments and recalling of stories from yourself and
That's
John
not
Brace.
Slime, is it again? Is Slime coming in? He's normally having a little drink at this time. In fact, I would expect him to be quite well into his session by now. And he usually has the dog nearby as well. That may drink as well. Or perhaps learn to open the wine bottle.
Very possible. Umpires and players are coming out onto the field here at Seddon Park as we get set for the second ODI. Sri Lanka have won the toss. They're bowling first. We'll take a very short break here on Sport Nation. And when we return, it'll be Daniel McCarty to lead off as we begin Game 2 of the 3-game ODI series. It's coming up to 26 minutes past 4 on Sport Nation. The summer of cricket with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki.
The long wait is almost at an end. We've got 37 overs a side. Play was due to start at 2 o'clock, but around about 1:30, the heavens opened up for a short period of time. And the bigger issue beyond that was the state of the outfield. But KJ and his crew have worked overtime and have got it good enough for 37 overs a side. One change apiece. Tom Latham fit again. He replaces Mitch Hay. He will bat at number 5. That is the only change to the New Zealand team. for Sri Lanka. They've made a change to their bowling group. Tiksana comes into the group after missing out in the opening game. He, of course, played heavily during the T20 series, and making way, Hiru Kumara drops out of the starting lineup. It will be Will Young to take the first ball, and Jerry Mikoni has stayed on with me, Daniel Wakani, providing expert comments with class built for professional farmers. He looked in fine touch in Wellington, both front and back foot.
Yep, they're both in reasonable nick. They both got a decent innings. And let's just wait and see how they go again today. You've got to restart the whole thing, and you've got to put that last innings behind you, take little bits from it that you liked, and will give you confidence the next one. The Sri Lankans, obviously, in the first 8 overs today, I would have thought it would have been Fernando, and you either choose Malinga, who's bowled before, or Kamindu. Wickramasinghe would be the other option in the first 8 overs, I would have thought. So how many overs have we had? How many overs per bowler? Have you told us that yet?
No, I haven't. Would you like me to
please do that? Well, because I need to know.
I haven't done my job, have I?
Is it kind of 8s and 7?
Yep, it will be 2 bowlers can bowl 8 overs and 3 can bowl 7.
2 times 8 and 3 times 7. Thank you.
And the cut-off for the first innings, if you really want to know everything, Jeremy, is 6 minutes after 7.
Don't need to know that.
Don't need
Thank
to know
you very
that.
Much.
God forbid would have a game people will bowl enough overs per hour to satisfy everyone. 2 slips in place. So, and of course we're going to delay someone behind the bowler's vision is it's a bottle.
It's a water
bottle. It's a water bottle on the advertising order.
It's the colour of the water that was off-putting.
Yeah. I need one. I need some dark water. Some dark matter. All right.
Yes.
We are ready for the first ball on Sport Nation with Trade Staff. Use our workers to get the job done. It will be the number 78, Shita Fernando, right arm, medium fast. Bowling to Will Young from over the wicket, goes full and it's pushed into the cover region. Tumbling stop and a good one in the cover region will prevent the first run being taken. Just a little bit of movement away from the right-hander out of the hand.
Yep, very full. Just a little, as you say, just a little bit of movement. Drew a forward defensive stroke into the covers and a little tumbling stop, really. From cover, 3 men on the offside and a third man, so it's a pretty sort of orthodox field. 2 slips, no gully. So 6-3 field, 6 on the offside, 3 on the on.
It was a Vishka Fernando at cover just to make Braces happy. Full and straight from Ashita Fernando, pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Well, no, nothing really to report about that. That's sort of starting slightly more leg stump line. It didn't move at all. And Young again just coming forward and handling that quite comfortably to mid-on.
2 slips, a third man. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg just in front of the umpire, and a long leg right in front of the embankment, which is well populated. The lights are on. The rain has gone away, thankfully. Right arm over again. This short of right hand paceman bowls into the pads of Will Young, who are working through the mid-wicket region. New Zealand have a run. 1 without loss on the Dulac scoreboard. Worth doing with Dulac.
Tidy shot. You like to get away in the leg side if you can, where it's close to your pads and you can just knock it away very simply, and that's what Young did there between the man at mid-wicket and mid-on. Found a gap, looked for 2. Both of them looked very keen if they could, and found once they had touched and turned that they decided against it. Ravindra was the man probably who made the decision. So New Zealand away.
That's 2. Thank you.
That's the voice of Rachin Ravindra, just checking with the umpire on his guard. He's scratched away, now wanders down, surveys the field, and he'll see a slip. Third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. So for the left-hander with his paceman who will swing it back into the left-hander. Ravindra going for the extra fielder on the onside from over the wicket. Wide half volley driven into the ground. Crowd catch, they go up. But clearly straight into the surface. And a tumbling stop preventing a further run on the Dulux scoreboard.
Yep, the 5-4 instead of the 6-3 field, so a slightly different structure and arrangement to the field. An extra man into the onside, maybe hoping again for Fernando to bring the ball back into the left-hander and get him to play into that extra man, which is the sort of the mid-wicket area or just behind square, one of those two. They're forming the fourth fielder on that side. So he can bowl a bit straighter here, the bowler, at the stumps.
Moves it again past the umpire and bowls, and it's driven beautifully through the cover region. Test of this outfield, which generally is very quick. Under the shorter side of the ground. Flick back in the field of play. Nicely done in the deep. What are they checking? No, they're going to go and see if he's touched the rope. Don't think so, as we check the Bunnings Trade replay. Thanks to Bunnings Trade, I thought he's well within field of play. Oh, that's our mate whose number's wrong. That's Chimindu Vikramasinghe in number 22. It's not in jersey number 9, as we learnt after about 70 overs in Wellington, didn't we, Jerry?
We did.
Yeah.
But he's got that sort of warming to keep his arms warm, hasn't he, to get the blood circulating to the fingers.
Yeah.
So
mid-wicket out into the covers. Extra man to the offside.
Yeah.
It is 3 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard. As another run, we'll see Ravindra trying to drive through the offside, gets a thick inside edge as it goes down towards step backward square for a single 4 without loss.
Yeah, just slightly looser from Ravindra to finish that first over, looking for a drive. The bowler very much getting the ball right up to both the right and the left-handers, trying to see if it will move. He got driven a couple of times and tucked away through the leg side as well, but then he got an inside edge, which just suggests that there was a little bit of movement there, so he'll be hopeful that that will remain. Remember, 2 new balls used in this format, so maybe with the grassy surface it might last perhaps 8 overs, 4 from each end, in other words, without affecting the movement too much. They'll be hoping for that. And let's see how we go from here. So New Zealand, steady start, but Sri Lanka won't mind at that stage seeing that inside edge from Ravindra.
So Mahesh Theeksana back into the side and will open from the City end. So off spin, bowling to Will Young. It's 5 without loss after the first over. So mid-off, cover, point, backward point, the 30-metre circle, short third man, short fine leg. So long on and deep square leg are out. Also quite a short mid-on as Theeksana's very quick through the air, and this could be the first boundary as it's checkered away towards a fine leg. Short fine leg does very well. Chasing, flicking the ball back in, and there will be 3 runs to the New Zealand pair. 8 without loss as Young moves to 4, joining Ravindra on 4, and that's not a good line with this field, Jeremy.
It isn't, and of course I'm interested in the speed that he's actually bowling. If you can point me to an area I could look at.
There's a screen right there you might want to have a look
Way
at.
to my left. Okay.
Would you like my binoculars?
No, that's fine, thank you.
No, you're fine.
That's, yep.
We'll get Tom to relay
Because
via
he
carrier
has,
pigeon.
He has been... Cannon is better. He has been bowling just a little bit quick, I think, for New Zealand conditions. I think you get away with that pace of being around 100 Ks or even more on the sort of slower Sri Lankan tracks, but not here in New Zealand.
He goes around the wicket immediately and gets a little bit of spin from very wide of off stump as Ravindra is watchful, leaving alone.
He does have a carom ball, so it will come back into to Ravindra, the left-hander, but we haven't seen that yet.
94.2 k, Jeremy.
Okay, well, that's better. That's better. He's adjusting. I noticed in the 2020s he was bowling, 105 and 106 Ks, sort of slow, medium pace.
Really bustles in as he bowls much straighter this time, defending into the covers. There will be no run. It remains 8 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard. Now I'm waiting. 96.4.
So no one is a long off, which would suggest he's going to turn the ball away from Ravindra, his off spinner. There's no one at long on there, so that might be an area that Ravindra might look at.
Ravindra waits, trying to play a cut stroke, and he's beaten for pace. That is very quick, 102, and I think it's gone past the inside edge. We have to check the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade.
Didn't bounce much either, I got the feeling of that. Did it go actually underneath the bat and quite close in an inside edge, angling back into him? Didn't turn, threatening off stump. Slightly loose from Ravindra.
But he's still there. Mendes, keeper behind. Slower through the air, wider of off stump, poke to backward point, no run.
Yeah, that's quite nice from Tikshana. That's the area where you've got 3 men behind point on the offside. Just backward a point, and then a backward a point, and then a backward a point. Or short third man.
He's in again, continuing around the wicket, quick through the air, slightly over-pitched onto the front foot, driven to the bowler. There will be no run to end the second over. 8 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard. New Zealand sent in after Sri Lanka won the toss and decided to have a bowl. 37 overs aside. This is the 47th one-day international between these two sides in New Zealand. New Zealand have a pretty strong record, 31 wins in those 46 previous games. Sri Lanka has won 12, but they've enjoyed playing here at Seddon Park. 6 matches, one of their better records. New Zealand's won 3 and Sri Lanka has won 2. And after this, they actually head to Eden Park, where they also have a good record. Stats with Mighty 8, swing across to Mighty Mobile.
Decent over from Tikshana, really. Just probing away, mainly outside the off stump of Rachin Ravindra. Just got him to make one small error through that over, looking to cut the ball when it was too close to do so, and probably just a little bit full. I think at his pace, you've got to get onto that front foot.
Ashita Fernando continues, right arm over the wicket, squaring Young up. He gets a thick outside edge as he's trying to turn the ball through the onside. It goes along the carpet into the covers, no run.
Yep, made him look a wee bit ungainly, didn't it? The bat well out ahead of him, getting ahead of the pads, and looking to play it into that leg side, into a gap, quite an inviting gap between mid-on and sort of just by square leg, really. So there's quite a big gap there for him to have a go at, and so that's quite nice. A bit of a tempter for him, and that's where Young was looking. Got an edge to it into the offside.
One slip. They started with 2 in the first over to the right-hander, Young. When he's a bounce and a good 1-2 directed to the back right shoulder, and Young decided against playing a stroke, and it's through to Mendes.
It's a good shot from Young, but at the same time, it's a nice piece of cricket from Fernando as well. Just finding the length, or passing around about chin height, perhaps a wee bit high, but, not getting over the head of Young. Young didn't like the length. He wasn't going to attack it, so he pulled out of the stroke. Had it nice and high, the back lift, ready to play the stroke.
Fernando moves away from us, bowl short, but doesn't get it high enough on this occasion. And it's crunched away through mid-wicket out of the fence for 4. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals off the bat of Will Young. It is 12 without loss.
Not the bounce. This one is just outside the off stump a little bit more, and it allows Young to get into that favourite pull stroke of his that we saw, 4 or 5 times in Wellington. This one he's controlled and kept along the ground a lot more. Found that big gap that I was talking about between square and mid-on. 4 runs. First boundary? Yeah.
It's a big barrel boundary.
Okay.
Jerry.
All right. Perhaps it was
deal.
near. Yeah, maybe it was.
I think it's worth 5. Backing away outside of leg stump and trying to hammer the ball through the cover point region was Young. He's beaten. It sails very close to the stumps. We'll check the replay. Then I love it when batsmen do this, wandering up, playing with a straight bat. Just reminding himself.
Just gave himself room outside the leg stump to try and open up that offside. Was quite close to the off stump, actually, in the end. And I don't know whether that's just the pressure of 8 overs in the power play,
so.
Because we didn't see him play a stroke like that at all in Wellington.
Seeing a couple of strokes like that on the bank with the kids playing, it's a great setting up on the bank. As we see the right armour bowl again, pushed up towards mid-on. It would have been tight if it was taken cleanly. It wasn't by Janet at mid-on. He had his eyes looking at the stumps before he had the ball in his hands. And New Zealand steal a run.
It was a tight run always, wasn't it, didn't you think?
I did.
And you felt that as he called the run through and was obviously running to the danger end, he realised, man, I've made a mistake here. But it just got a little bobble as it came to the mid-on, Janet there, and went from there and spilt out of his hands. So it was safe.
Did we decide if we're calling him Janet, as he has on his shirt, or Leonagay?
Leonagay, okay, well,
last
yeah.
name. Bouncer pulled away down towards long leg. Gee, that's gone very quickly to the fielder. And Young arrives almost as the ball does.
Quite a tight single.
A very tight single in the end. The end of 3 overs, 14 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard. Back after this very short break as the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff. Use our workers to get the job done continues. Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch at Hot Deals on Suzuki Wheels. The 4th over, 14 without loss, and it will be Texana, the off-spinner bowling. And that's gripped and bounced and catches the outside part of the bat, trickles to one of the backward points. Jeremy Coney providing expert comments with class. Class built for professional farmers. And it's 15 without loss.
Yeah, that one did just grip a little bit more, so I'm just guessing, because I can't see where the speeds are, but that's his normal, and it's less than 100 Ks, I would say. And now to the right-hander, of course. He's now coming over the wicket to Young.
Just looks a little bit more threatening.
Yeah, he does.
When
he pulls that pace
T20s.
back, I agree.
He's over the wicket, as Jeremy told us, to the right-hander, Young, who's very hurried as he goes back. It's one of the quicker ones, 97.4 K. Very well bowled. Shout out, this is via Albie on the text line, 8833. Congrats to umpire Dr. Corey Black of Wellington, making his one-day debut today, becoming the 29th umpire from New Zealand to stand in a one-day international. Thank you, Albie, from over the wicket. A lofted straight drive and a beautiful looking one as well, with just utter ease off the bat of Will Young. Down to the fence for 4. A big barrel boundary and a beautiful one.
Just a little full, wasn't it? And Young realised that straight away. We always talk about the drive being just an extension of a forward defensive shot, and there is a perfect example of it. A check drive, not with a big follow-through, just over the bowler's head and running away straight away to the boundary.
Continues over the wicket, bowling quicker into the pads of Young. Turn to backward square. There's no run. So 29th umpire from New Zealand. Jeremy Coney will now name the other 28. Our stats with Modi 8. Swing across to Mighty Mobile.
Mr. Goodall.
Goodall.
Steve Woodward.
Here's a beauty carom ball, I think. It's squared Young up. They'll hurry through for a single. They'll get home. That's good running. It's 20 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard. I'll have to see what the pace on that one was. Man, strange with a leaping bounce to it, Jerry. Let's check the replay on the Bunnings Trade replay. Leading edge.
It is. It's an outside middle, isn't it? And having to run very hard, Ravindra, to get there. But a good run, nevertheless.
So it will be beautiful stroke here from Rachin Ravindra, leaning back and cutting the ball away. Forward of point, out through the covers for 4, a boundary to end the over. It's 24 without loss on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth Dulux. A couple of very fine strokes from both the New Zealanders.
Yeah, he doesn't need any second you know, invitation to play a cut shot, does he? And Ravindra was very quick to see the length. He's a good judge of length. That's why he's such a good player of spin bowling, and was so successful really in the first couple of tests in India. And he was away straight away with that. And yeah, good stroke it was. Good shot, the drive, lovely drive, and then one from the back foot from the other batsman. So, yep, good over. But Tikshana at the same time, even though he went for 10 that over, he's caused a couple of problems for the New Zealanders.
So it will be pace to continue from the once was known as Tim Southey end. I think we're back to the members' end. Sure, down the leg side should be wide and is. They had their problems with wides in Wellington. Granted, it was a terrible day to bowl. Very strong winds. They bowled 16 wides and 26.2 overs. Our stats with Mighty Mobile. Swing across to Mighty... Sorry, Mighty 8 swing across to Mighty Mobile. My apologies.
So they're getting up. I mean, in Wellington, though, it was about 7 runs and over for the first. It was 10 overs there, the power play length. Here it's less, of course, but they're kind of going around about that again, certainly between 6 and 7 at the moment.
25 without loss. 8 overs in the power play. Young's tucked up, but he tucks it off his hip very sweetly, gets it past Vikramasinghe at square leg. He slides, picks up, and they'll come back 4-2, 27 without loss, as Young moves to 16 off just 14 balls.
Ball's running across the field all right, isn't it? There just to see that stroke of Young. Sure, it's a faster bowler operating, and he's tucked it just behind square, but it's run nicely, even though with the rain we've had, so it seems as though the outfield's nice and dry now. The wicket-keeper's had an idea, so he's come right up to the bowler and given him a suggestion.
Which is take the catches out.
And cover that area, please.
He's not going to get the outside edge. You're not going to get a nick. You're not bowling well. Put a man at mid-wicket and square leg can go back.
Yeah, Asalanka's said, thank you very much for all that.
Fine leg up inside the circle too. And he bowls wicket to wicket. That is solid bowling. Pushed into the onside, no run. You saw that during the test here, Jeremy. Anything that sort of went past the close fields and just ran away. It was just 1, 2, 4 or 6.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Even though some pockets in this ground, you would think it's sort of to our left as we look at it now with the longer side there. They might get a 3, depending on you know, the fielder falling over 3 times, I think, to get there.
27 without loss, New Zealand. Young defends, dropping it at his feet almost, and wanted a single, sent back by Achin Ravindra as Vishka Fernando in quite quickly. He's been impressive in the covers. There's a little bit more energy to the Sri Lankan field. Fair to say, less hands in pockets.
Less hands in pockets, more standing upright and straight.
At one stage, we counted 9 players. Wellington had their hands in their pockets. No, not because they're lazy or got terrible manners. They had little hand warmers. It was so cold. Shita Fernando, right arm, medium fast. Towel hanging out the back of his pansies. And again, get leg side. And is that bat? And if so, it might be a chance for a leg side catch. Going down, Kusal Mendes made good distance to his left, but it's leg buys. So off the thigh pad. We'll check the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade.
Yeah, it's sort of thigh pad area, diving to his left, the keeper, and just getting one glove to it, but not enough glove to prevent the ball carrying and rebounding from that glove right to the boundary. The man at fine leg has been brought up inside the circle now, and of course the man at square has been dropped back. So they've changed the arrangement of those 2 fielders, and it's gone through to the boundary.
4 leg buys, another big barrel boundary from over the wicket. Fernando continues again, goes full of ball, ripper, looking to go for the drive is Young. He missed. Fernando did not, as off stump is knocked out of the ground. Sri Lanka have the breakthrough, 31 for 1.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Young likes to drive, and it's actually nipped back from outside the off stump and he's drawn to the original. The hands go towards the original line of the ball. That's why seaming is so difficult to play. It's obviously it's closer to you than a swing. You see the swing much earlier than a seam delivery, and that's nipped back in between a gap between bat and pad for Young, and it's hit the off stump hard and knocked it out of the ground. 1 for 31. New Zealand lose their first wicket.
Young gone 4-16 off 18 balls. And Mark Chapman arrives. Of course, as we've discussed, has not spent a lot of time batting at number 3. Just his third one-day innings batting at number 3. Our stats with Mighty 8. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. And finally, some joy for Sri Lanka early with the ball.
Yeah, well, the pitch had a little bit of grass on it this morning, and perhaps the seam bowlers might enjoy that. We haven't seen a lot of swing really this afternoon, and so if there isn't swing, then you look for some sort of seam movement. The New Zealanders will be very interested in that, and certainly Henry in particular will be interested in that. So now 2 left-handers at the wicket. Mark Chapman's the new batsman. He likes to drive the ball as well, so let's just wait and see how he gets started. Well done, Sri Lanka, getting their first wicket, 5th over. Decent start for them.
Heavily packed offside field and a slip. Going back in as they search for a second. Chapman will get a run straight away, bowling 2 straight to that field. Worked off his hip down towards long leg, ran the first one hard, decides against coming back for a second. 32 for the loss of 1 after 5 overs on the Dulux scoreboard. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ continues after this break. Drive it home with Suzuki. Have lost an early wicket. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Trade Staff. Use our workers to get the job done. The man who was 90 not out in Wellington, Will Young, departing in the previous over. Lovely bit of bowling from Fernando, getting the ball to just move back and seam back in. Full flourish on the drive was Young. He missed off stump, knocked out of the ground. Gone for 16. Now 32 for the loss of 1. About to see the start of the 6th over. Rain interrupted game if you're just tuning into our coverage here on Sport Nation. 37 overs aside. So the batting power play, normally 10, with 2 outside of the inner circle. That is down to 8. From over the wicket, it's going to be pace. And going past the outside edge is Isham Malinga in just his second one-day international. That hit the seam hard. It was there to play a drive, as Chapman was trying to, but it's nibbled away and through to Kusal Mendes. He's got a beaming smile on his face all of a sudden.
It's a good length, isn't it? It's the same as the Young length as well. It was just short enough that it encouraged the drive, but at the same time was able to create that gap in between bat and pad that brought about Sri Lanka's first wicket.
Conditions improving here. It's a little bit brighter as Chapman will get runs down to very fine leg, and 4 of them, in fact, as it hurries across the wet outfield. It looks in pretty good order. Tucked off his hip, down to the fence for a big barrel boundary. It's 36 for the loss of 1.
Yep, just a little bit shorter here this time from Malinga. And also on the leg stump, just outside leg stump really, and that's tucked away. That's good stroke from Chapman to get underway. He's got all his runs behind square at this stage, and they've been appropriate strokes.
Slip, backward point, cover mid-off. 3rd man as well. Back of a length, defending on the crease line is Chapman. Why take off Texana? Got 2 left-handers there, Jerry. He's brought about a couple of false strokes.
Maybe they feel with the dismissal that there's a bit of nip in the seam as well. Seeing that, you think to yourself, I've asked the opposition to bat. I've still got a new ball in the hand, and maybe let's have a try with the seamers ahead of the spinners here. The spinners can still get that turn later on in the innings.
Yeah, because you're right. Fernando did get it to jag a long one. This one's hit the seam and gone away from a probing Chapman, a play and miss. Studious look back down at the surface. It has 15 mils of grass.
Yeah, sometimes spinner's quite useful at the start, isn't it, when you've got a drier surface, that it's gripping a little bit more. And you perhaps, because of the openers, are more accustomed to playing, you know, faster bowlers, where they walk out and suddenly they're confronted. I'm thinking of, say, a Guptill, who tended to dead bat the ball a little bit more when he was facing the spinners.
He's in once more from over the wickets. Millinger turned into a gap through mid-wicket. They set off for just one, taking the score to 37 for the loss of one on the Dulux scoreboard.
So, yeah, it's worth a little go, isn't it? An experiment, just to see if there is some grip for the spinners, just to change it up a little bit as well. And he got a couple of overs and then said, no, I think we'll go back to our seamers.
Similar field as far as the offside. Slip, fine leg, backward point, cover, who's quite square, mid-off. On the onside, mid-on, square leg and a long leg. I want to get that line right. Plenty of gaps on the onside as Rachin Ravindra just taking a stroll to the onside.
Yeah, don't mind the slip-in, actually, Daniel, do you?
No.
To Rachin Ravindra. And also 2 men close to the square on the offside.
Minute of right-hander bowls from over the wicket, pushed up towards mid-off. There will be no run. The end of the over has New Zealand 37 for the loss of 1 wicket on the Dulux scoreboard. The man out was young bowled to Fernando for 16. Great conditions. The sun's out, Jerry. It's
good.
Parents on the bank will be absolutely rapt. Come on, kids, go out and play. Unlike parents around the country who might still be inside, rainy days.
Lots of cricket games up on the bank up there, isn't there? Just almost behind the bowler.
Well, at least it's not a drink bottle.
That's true.
Having a great time up there. Problem, it's a very quick outfield up on that bank. Once it goes down, it runs away, quite literally. So it will be a Shita Fernando to continue. Right arm over the wicket. 1 for 15 off 3 overs. He's got a slip, bowling to Chapman, short, and pushed into the cover region. Vikramasinghe fields. He's a good mover in the field. He threw at the stumps, missed, but they were comfortably home. 38 for the loss of 1 on the Dulux scoreboard. It hasn't been a great summer, is it? Great start to summer. Well, great start to the new year, I should say. Way too much entertaining kids inside.
I see. The drums for Christmas.
Yeah. Yes, the McCartney Rock and Roll Band. Look out for them in a few years. Drum set for Christmas. Apparently there was a wedding. There's a wedding in my house today.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Jake's...
How old are the
Jake's
children?
5. I think it's his first wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's chosen early.
Pushed into the offside off the front foot by Rachin Ravindra up towards mid-off. There's no run. His sister was officiating. But what I was most disturbed was how quickly the relationship progressed after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the ceremony, he'd miraculously grown a moustache. Well,
that was good.
Marriages do that to you, though. They age you.
Someone had made a rather nice little cake too to celebrate, didn't they?
Yeah, cutting of the cake and everything. Brilliant stuff. So my deepest sympathies to parents who've been stuck inside with young kids over the last few weeks. We need better weather. Ravindra, glorious cover drive. Wow. Take a picture. Hang that on the wall, Rachin. That is just magnificent. 42 for the loss of 1. A big barrel boundary of the highest order.
What a piece of timing that is. Loves the bounce and just bringing the bat, and it's just the sympathy of the shot to that ball there. It's really, he's hardly done more than a forward defensive shot, really. Look, hard down, bang, hold it. And there we are, found the gap. Punched it away.
Must feel good when you hit one like that, Jerry.
Yeah.
Wow, what a stroke. He's up to 14 at a run of ball. 42 for the loss of 1. Our stats with 98. Swing across the mighty mobile. Change of field.
Slips out.
Yeah, that's
onto the onside.
So the keeper again. You were definitely not going past the outside edge.
Don't bowl as wide as that, please. I'm going to put him into the leg side.
So 3 inside the circle on the onside. From over the wicket, right arm, medium fast, goes Fuller, and it's driven back past the bowler for 4. Wow, that had some pace on it too. Back to back, big barrel boundaries, 46 for the loss of 1. He looks in a mood, Rachin Ravindra.
Yeah, this one's a bit fuller, is it? Oh, no, it's not. It's not really full. He's actually just closed the face slightly as he makes contact. And it's brought it from being sort of extra cover. It's brought it very straight on the wicket. Yes, even the ump. So, keep away from my feet.
It's Richard Kettleborough, umpire
yeah.
Kettleborough, asking one of the crew to get out of the way. He's just ambling across in front of the sight screen. People do drift off time to time, don't they? When they're walking around a cricket ground.
And what an...
This gentleman just walked in front of the sight screen. Kettleborough's ushered him off. Short, beating the outside edge. Was that a slow ball, rolling the fingers across it. Cut away just a touch, and Ravindra's trying to lazily play it through the point region.
That's the stroke, isn't it? Those last two strokes were just top draw, and then he's got one that's just a little bit shorter and wider, and he's delayed the stroke and tried to hit it through sort of square point, hasn't he? Just sort of that cover point area, and has missed it as it gone through to the keeper.
Just watch the Bunnings Trade replay. Thanks to Bunnings Trade, that drive on the top of the bounce through the covers just gets better every time you look at it. Bouncer smacked away out towards deep backward square, hitting down on the ball. That's twice. It's raced out to the boundary rider, and it turns into quite a tight single. At the end of 7 overs, 47 for the loss of 1 on the Dulux scoreboard. Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki after this break. Tom Bartlett jumps in.
New wheels? Get yourself one of these hot deals thanks to Suzuki. Save up to $7,000.
Eighth over, 47 for 1, New Zealand batting first. Ravindra gets another delivery that he can free the arms at, and cover drives it through out to the boundary for 4. Another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. The score up to 51 for 1. Ravindra to 22, and Jeremy Coney, Ration Ravindra, all of a sudden has just exploded with 3 boundaries.
He has. And depending on the length of the ball, he's still getting a decent stride, and it's skidding on, isn't it? And it's arriving at a nice pace for Ravindra. And he's now got himself in and is seeing the ball quite quickly, and you could see he's just thinking to himself, right, I've got some runs here. What length are you going to bowl at me, bowler? Because if you go a wee bit shorter, I'll cut you or I'll pull you. We've seen his pull shots, and anything full he's going to drive hard.
Malinga again. This one, Ravindra's again coming forward, playing it to point, and the player coming up from point inside the circles just dived over the top of the ball and allowed Rachin Ravindra to take a single that he should never have got. 52 for 1, New Zealand. Ravindra 24 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth Dulux.
So really, if what we've seen means that it's going to be a skiddy kind of pitch for the Sri Lankan bowlers, and they can't really vary the length. They have to either vary their pace, so the ball arrives at a different time, slower than some of the others, or they're going to go short just a little bit more.
Chapman waits for Malinga, round the wicket to the left-hander. It's full, and he's digging it out, playing it up to mid-on, and there is no run scored. 52 for 1. Chapman 7 from 7. 7 from 8 deliveries now.
Yep. Chapman looks for a single. Ravindra's running quite hot at the moment, isn't he? He's going through a period of just dealing in boundaries. Give him the strike. That's how partnerships work.
Mid-off, cover, point, backward point on that offside. Here's Chapman driving. This time he's taking the single to mid-on. Shy at the stumps, but Chapman's managed to get home. The Sri Lankans having to dive as the ball flies down towards the third man boundary. There's no more runs, but 1 to Chapman. He's up to 8. 53 for 1. New Zealand running at 6.91. Stats thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across the Mighty Mobile.
Be a wee bit disappointed, I think. That's, I think, is Asalanka at mid-on there, and I think you'd really like him to be in tight to keep Ravindra off strike at the moment and not allow him to take, you know, Chapman to take a single there to him.
Here's Ravindra back on strike as Midlinga counts round the wicket to him, and he's trying to play it on the onside, slightly squared up, and plays it down in the offside of the wicket. The bowler does his own fielding.
So spin options for Sri Lanka today. We know that Tikshana has he's improved the number of spinners in the sense that they've got Hasaranga as well, and then Asalanka himself as the captain. He can bowl a few as well, little off spinners. So there are options there in the spin department for the Sri Lankans today.
Malinga in again to Ravindra, driving forcefully, but he can't beat the player who's stationed at cover on the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, the 8th of the New Zealand innings. Of course, a 37 over a side game. New Zealand 53 for 1, Chapman 8, and Ravindra on 24 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux.
The Chemist.
A 53 for 1 after 8 overs. Chapman is 8, Ravindra is 24. Change at the members' end of Seddon Park. The Sri Lankan captain, Charith Asalanka, is going to bowl, and he's bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Chapman. He goes back and he goes high. There's a attempted catch on the mid-wicket boundary, but it's bounced and hit the rope. So it's gone for a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. A short delivery from Asalanka to start, and Chapman said, I'll take 4, 57 for 1.
Yeah, Asalanka basically bowling his off spinners to 2 left-handers at this stage, so he feels if there's any grip he can beat the outside edge, perhaps get a little outside edge through to the keeper. Chapman, he dragged it down. Chapman went for the 6, didn't he? He looked at definitely hitting the ball low to high.
Asalanka again he goes short. This time Chapman's gone back. He's punched it wide of mid off. It's a scamper around from the boundary. Has caught it just inside the rope, but they've got back for 2 more. Chapman to 14 and New Zealand to 59 for 1.
Yeah, interesting. 5 on the offside, 2 men behind point, saving a single. Then there's a man at cover right on the boundary, and the next man is sort of a very sort of straight extra cover, looking to save the single.
Asalanka again goes short. Chapman goes back. He's hit it out to that player, Wickramasinghe, on the cover boundary, and they'll only get 1 this time. It's 60 for 1 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux.
And then the long off. So he's got cover there at the outside off the front or the back foot. He doesn't want to get hit behind square too much. And then he'd like that man, that extra short, extra cover to come into play a little bit more. Needs to get him onto the front foot, I think, rather than the back foot at the moment.
So far, all deliveries played off the back foot by the 2 New Zealand batsmen. This one's fuller, and Ravindra has just rolled the wrists over it and played it in the air through mid-on, down to the fielder on the fence, and it's taken 1. 61 for 1, Ravindra to 25.
Strange little shot, wasn't it? You know, it almost looked like a tuck into the leg side, but he just held the face of the bat open, so it ended up lobbing.
Asalanka goes much fuller this time to Chapman, and he's forward, defending to the short mid-wicket, and no run is scored.
Now, not much turn, so the batsman here at the moment could say, can I attack him from the front foot here and punch down the grounds for singles every ball almost?
And going back is Chapman. Played it just to the left of point, and they've scampered through for a single. 9 runs off the first over bowled by the Sri Lankan captain Asalanka. 62 for 1 after 9. Chapman 16 from 14. Ravindra 25. Run rate of 6.89. Stats thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile.
Yeah, just struggled with his length, didn't he, really, through the over? And the first part of the over certainly was hit hard to the leg side by Chapman. boundary and then through the offside as well. He's got cover out there. It's a much better set field on the offside for Asalanka. Not much turn for him, so he's got to get his length right. And the New Zealanders will feel, I think, if there's no turn, that they can go forward or back to him to attack.
Malinga is going to continue. Jeremy Coney providing expert comments with class. Class built for professional farmers. Start of the 10th over. It's short this time. Ravindra offering no shot outside the off stump as it goes through to the wicketkeeper Mendes.
Yep. The two men outside on the offside is third man, so that's more sort of for a run or for a cut, a miscut, if you like, that would carry to him, and then one who's just on point, basically. So you're not going to be pitching the ball up, I don't think, quite so much with mid-on and mid-off up inside the circle.
Malinga round the wicket to the left-handed Chapman. This one's turning this one on the onside. Won't score as it dribbles up towards mid-on. 62 for 1 is the New Zealand score. Game of 37 overs aside due to the rain delay earlier here in Hamilton.
Just the one down, New Zealand, so they want to keep this going probably until at least over 20 if they can with this partnership. They don't want to lose, you know, with loose shots, 2 wickets here quite quickly. You've got to get this partnership going.
It's worth 31 as Malinga bowls to Chapman, and he's just guiding this one off the hip down to fine leg and will score a single. 63 for 1 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing with Dulux.
They're just going to have to be happy, New Zealand, with singles like that, because the ball is running over the surface quite quickly. It's going to get to those outfielders quite smartly, and if they're awake and alive, then they'll probably cut those to 1. So just be happy with 1s for those shots, then hope that you can find and pierce a gap and get a couple elsewhere.
Ravindra waits from Malinga. He gets a similar delivery. He gets a lot more bat on it, though. Plays a lot squarer, so Wickramasinghe is able to move to his left and cut it off. Ravindra will score 1. He's 26 at 64 for 1 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing with Dulux.
Yeah, that's an example of it, isn't it? He had to move. He got a good piece of that, Ravindra, tucked it away hard, got a good bit of bat, but the outfielder was round quickly to his left, and it was always only a single unless he misfielded it.
Chapman going at 1 a ball, 17 so far. Waits for Malinga, short, and he's thrown the hands and it's gone up in the air, up over the top of fine leg, and all the way for 6. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. First 6 of the game, scored by Mark Chapman, who's 23. New Zealand up to 70 for 1, even though Jeremy Coney, it's not quite where he probably intended it to go.
Not at all. It's a false stroke, really. It just got a bit big on him, didn't it? And so he only didn't get a big piece of the ball, and it's a top edge, and it went fine. And he was lucky because it went fine. It carried further.
Yavishka Fernando down there at fine leg thought he might have been in business for just a few moments, but it went too fine. 70 for 1, last ball of the 10th over. Malinga bowls Fuller to Chapman, tries to play this on the onside, ends up squirting it down to third man and takes a single. So that ends the 10th over of the innings. New Zealand are 71 for 1. Chapman 24, Ravindra 26. A summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff, New Zealand's flexible workforce.
At Magnus Penrose, we
done. 71 for 1 at the start of the 11th over. Asalanka's bowling it, bowls to Chapman, goes back, punches square to the sweeper and takes a single. 73 for 1. Chapman 25 in the 11th over. Good evening, John Bracewell.
Good evening, Tom. Interesting start, given that Sri Lanka won the toss. The tactics have been a little unusual for me.
Here's Asalanka. It's a bit fuller, but allows Ravindra to go back and hit square again to Wickramasinghe, who's patrolling it. Cover on the fence. 73 for 1.
So what I mean by that is starting with spin when you won the toss and you think it might seam. You're going to try and bowl the side out. then going to the off spinner as well. I think it's almost like if we can keep the score down, we can chase anything.
Azalanka, it's a bit fuller, allows Chapman to sweep, sweeps Wells, a chase for square leg to his left, cuts it off in front of the big scoreboard, but Chapman gets back for 2. He's 27, Ravindra is 27 at 75 for 1 midway through the 11th over on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux.
As opposed to, let's take advantage of the most in the surface and try and bowl the opposition out. Almost taken a punt each way, defence and offence. There is a bit of seam available, but they haven't quite found those links. As Jeremy pointed out, the ball is still skidding a bit.
Here's Azalanka again, tosses it up and trying to drive as Chapman, no timing out to cover. 75 for 1 in the 11th over. This is the second bowled by the Sri Lankan captain. He's gone for 13. Our stats thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across the Mighty Mobile. Here's Azalanka again, round the wicket, Fuller. Chapman happy to come forward, plays it on the onside and won't score.
Chapman's been busy. 27 off 23, 27 off 24 for Ravindra, so nice little partnership.
Azalanka again, tosses it up using his feet this time as Chapman, and they've managed to prevent the single. Good work from both the bowler and then the cover fielder coming across to his left. It's a dot ball to finish the 11th over. Azalanka's 2 overs have cost him 13, and New Zealand batting first after 11 overs, a 75 for 1. Chapman.
Need a taxi? Call
have been bowled by Sri Lanka. They won the toss, chose to bowl first at Seddon Park. 37 over a side game, and New Zealand 75 for 1. Chapman and Ravindra have 27 apiece. Tikshana's coming back into the attack. He opened up, 2 overs cost him 13 from the city end. And he's going to be bowling his off spin round the wicket to the left-handed Rachin Ravindra. Turns his first ball to mid-wicket, won't score.
As Jeremy pointed out, tends to bowl around between 95 to 100 and gets up over 100, so he's almost in the Chris Harris mould rather than off spinner.
Starts again it's flatter. Ravindra goes back and punches this one down to mid-on. Take a single. 76 for 1, Ravindra to 28.
Also, when he bowls his Karen ball, the seam stands up and it tends to swing in or out to the left-handers, but into the right-hander. So it's not really an arm ball as such in its traditional sense of an off spinner. So it's more like he bowls off cutters and in swingers.
And again to Chapman, turning this one off the pads to short fine leg. Won't beat the dive though from Asitha Fernando, who's fielding inside the ring. The score remains 76 for 1 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux. 6.61 the current run rate. It's a good partnership building here as Tikshana bowls again. It's short and Chapman goes back and tries to heave it over mid-wicket. Gets it just to the right of that player, but will only score 1 as the mid-on the fence does the fielding. 77 for 1, Chapman to 28. Same score as Rachin Ravindra.
Yeah, but he's a hard player to sweep, isn't he? So he's only got the one guy behind square on the 45 and the deep mid-wicket. So there's a big open area there, but he bowls a pace and it gets bounced that it's difficult to sweep.
Here he is again, bowling to Ravindra, but fuller, and he's driving Ravindra. Good timing, but good fielding at cover by Hasaranga, who then shakes the hand, shakes the fingers. Ball came to him at speed. 77 for 1. Ravindra 28 from 27. And Tikshana, last delivery of the over, it's given some width. And Ravindra throws his hand as it and times it well out to deep point and takes a single. End of the over, the 12th of the innings. 78 for 1, Chapman 28, Ravindra 29 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux. deliveries. Stats thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. No change to the field. Still that player out on the mid-wicket fence. Just been shifted a little bit to his right. Asalanka bowls again. Ravindra plays from the crease this time out on the offside to the sweeper Wickramasinghe, and there's another single to him. He's 83 and Ravindra is 34 and the New Zealand score is 83 for 1.
I don't want to put the hex on him, but something about Ravindra today.
He's timing everything well, isn't he?
It just ball coming on to it or going off is bad.
Here's Chapman, gets a short one and he's able to rock back and pull through mid-wicket. No chance for the player on the fence. Mark Chapman says, anything you can do, Rachin Ravindra, I can do too. He's 32. Another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. The New Zealand score, 87 for 1.
I really like that. Fast feet, dynamic, pressing forward and then pouncing back and pulling through mid-wicket with power, giving the fielder no chance of getting anywhere near it.
Asalanka's overs cost him 9. He's only halfway through it. This time he tosses this one up. Chapman happy to turn it to the player inside the circle at mid-wicket, and there is no addition to the score. 87 for 1.
But that pull shot's all about good feet.
Here's Asalanka again. This time Chapman goes back, plays it in front of the point. There's a throw at the stumps. Gets homed as Mark Chapman. Ball flies down towards the fielder at mid-on. Comes across to his left to prevent any more overthrows. Bit of a cheeky single, but one completed nonetheless. It's 88 for 1.
Yeah, I think they've got the momentum going. Chapman's pretty quick between the wickets. He backs himself.
I think he would have been comfortably home if that shy at the stumps had found them. Asalanka bowls to Ravindra, turning this one and then taking a single because fine legs to move to his right towards the umpire. And they will take the single at the end of the 13th over. 88 for 1. 34 to Rachin Ravindra. They're running at 6.86. Our stats thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across the Mighty Mobile.
Yeah, they set a good platform, New Zealand. Ball skidding on. Sri Lankan bowlers tend to be kiss the wicket bowlers, so you get a little bit of moisture on top. Still think that the New Zealand bowlers who come from a greater height and hit the deck a little bit harder, the wicket a little bit harder, something like Matt Henry, could be quite useful on this surface. We've seen some seam, very little spin.
Dikshana's going to continue from the city end, pulling around the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra. Plays this one up through mid-on. Will take a single, a comfortable single. 90 for 1, Ravindra to 36. Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki.
Hard to get spin bowling at 95 kilometres an hour. The ball just tends to kiss off it. Doesn't give it enough time to grip and hold in the surface.
Good partnership building here for the second wicket between Chapman and Ravindra. Similar delivery, and Chapman's gone back and played it through the same area. Vacant mid-on, takes 1, 91 for 1.
Once again, good feet from Chapman. Just reading the length, getting back on the back foot. Giving himself time to punch it down to long on. Very good shot. Even though it's only 1, it's a lovely shot.
Dikshana into his 4th over. Again to Ravindra. He's looking to give himself a little bit of room and slashing this one through mid-off. Take a single as the player moves to his right. It's 92 for 1.
We've seen Ravindra drive half volleys. We've also seen him drive on the up. So gives you the feeling that it's a nice surface to bat on.
It's Bob Chapman hitting hard behind point, but there is a player on the fence. Moves to his right, loses his footing.
It's good
and so the New Zealand team, the New Zealand batters are able to turn quickly, take advantage of the fact that the player on the fence lost his footing and complete 2. Chapman 36. It's 94 for 1.
Very good awareness from Chapman there. He turned, looked. So it's the moment he went down to his knees to pick that up, he was through for the second one, calling Ravindra through and running to the danger end. So good, very good cricket.
Dikshana in again to Chapman. So we get more runs out to that fielder on the fence on the offside. Coming in almost halfway back from that fence. Takes 1. 37 to Chapman, 37 to Ravindra. New Zealand up to 95 for 1.
New Zealand trusting the bounce, almost exclusively playing off the back foot.
1 for 22 so far as Tikshana. A little bit shorter this time. Ravindra again wants to play off the back foot and has to sort of clamp down on it. We'll get a single. They'll look for a second run as mid-wicket comes across, shies at the stumps, and they almost get back 4-2. End of the over, the 14th of the New Zealand innings. It's 96 for 1 on the Dulux scoreboard.
New wheels? Get yourself one of these hot deals thanks to Suzuki. Save up to $7,000 on
Job done. 96 for 1 New Zealand after 14 overs. Chapman 37, Ravindra 38. And Wanindu Hasaranga is going to come into the attack from the members' end. Clever bowler, Hasaranga. 60 matches, lots of experience. And probably just the kind of guy they might want to turn to here, Sri Lanka, John Bracewell, just to stem this momentum that New Zealand's building as they approach the midway point of this innings.
Yeah, they've set themselves a really good platform to launch. And Hasaranga, who, you're right, is a very clever bowler, predominantly likes to bowl that skidding wrong-in. So it'll look to go across the left-hander. Packing is offside. He's got three in the circle, one out on the sweep on the offside.
Ravindra waits for Hasaranga. First delivery. Allows Ravindra to go back. He's played it square to Wickramasinghe on the fence and takes 1. 39 to Ravindra, 97 for 1 New Zealand.
So you see 3 fielders out on the onside. Man behind square. Man at a straightish mid-wicket and a long on. He's got a mid-wicket inside the circle and a 45 fine leg inside the circle.
Also this time to Chapman. Short. Chapman's whacking hard to that player at mid-wicket inside the circle. Good fielding. Dot ball. 6.77 is the run rate for New Zealand. 37 overs aside. This is the 15th. Here's Hasaranga bowling to Chapman, and he's picked this one and swung it out deep to the wicket fielder on the fence. Take 1 run. 98 for 1. Chapman to 38.
So Hasaranga's a good 10k slower with his leg spinners. New Zealand have to use their feet a little bit more.
Here's Hasaranga. Ravindra plays it to cover. Won't score. No timing.
Even that looked quite a flat delivery. It was only 86, so seems to be around about his natural pace. Scrambled seam.
Hasaranga in again to Ravindra. Goes back, punching. Can't beat mid-wicket, though, again on that onside. Good fielding from the player inside the ring there. That's good work from Avishka Fernando.
Hasaranga seems to bowl at dead length. You can't really get forward and you can't really get back.
Here he is, last ball of his first over. Picked by Ravindra, who plays it just in front of point. A couple of Sri Lankan fielders converge, but he'll get through for a single to end the 15th over. Just 3 from Hasaranga's first. 99 for 1 New Zealand. They're batting first in this 37 over a side game. Ravindra is on 39. Chapman's on 38. We'll take a short break here on Sport Nation. When we come back, Daniel McCarty to join John Bracewell.
There's so much jobs chat at the moment, it's easy to get caught up in tricky employment details. If you want to hire staff or you're looking for a new job, we'll make it easy for you. For over 28 years, we've been the answer. Nothing's changed. It's still tradestaff.co.nz.
New wheels? Get yourself one of these hot deals thanks to Suzuki. Save up to $7,000 on the adventure-seeking Vitara Hybrid and up to $2,000 on the fun-filled Swift 3rd Gen. So hurry in, drive away in a new Suzuki and save.
Summer of cricket with Trade Staff on Sport Nation. Use our workers to get the job done. Trade Staff, that is. 99 for the loss of 1. Great start here for New Zealand. 15 overs have been bowled. Rain-reduced game, 37 overs aside. Lovely conditions now, the sun breaking through, still plenty of cloud about. Here's a lofted shot over mid-wicket. Geez, played some pretty shots so far, Braces. That's another boundary. Big barrel boundary takes New Zealand to 103 for the loss of 1 as Ravindra moves to 44.
You almost like it when he slows his swing. You know, it's almost like when they say with golf, you swing at 80%, you get the best results. And today it looks like that. It's when he starts thrashing at the ball, I worry. That's a gorgeous shot, just easing that over wide long on.
He waits, poised. Sees the right arm quick, ball into his pads again, flicks backward a square down towards long leg. Is Malinga into his 4th over, has none for 25. So 5 off the first 2 balls. The New Zealand run rate is 6.78. Our stats thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. All television cameras disappeared into the members, and just as the gentleman is nodding off.
Oh, he's gone again.
He's gone again. He's woken up. Now he's gone. And unfortunately, the head's fallen down.
I thought the cricket.
And now he's burst into laughter because everyone's seen. The poor guy, when he falls asleep, the mouth goes down straight away too. Here's a leg stump half volley that's clipped away nicely forward a square. Long chase for Vikramasinghe. Chapman is a very good timer too, isn't he? Braces. That is another for him. He's 42 off 35 balls, 108 for 1 trouble for Sri Lanka.
What Chapman is good at is actually find space. He hits the space quite well. He's used his feet very well today, but that one's got under him, but he's timed it beautifully. When he's going, he's a hard man to stop. He scores very quickly in all forms of the game. He's a busy cricketer, always looking for opportunities, even for his partner with running between wickets.
4 fours and a 6. He waits. He's squared up as he's trying to turn the ball onto the onside. High on the bat, trickles back to the bowler who fields. 108 for 1. It will remain. So 8 overs in the first power play. The last power play will be overs 31 to 37.
First came across Mark Chapman when he was playing for Hong Kong against Ireland in a 2020 competition, World Cup qualifiers. I thought, this guy looks a good cricketer. And then somebody said to me, he's a New Zealander, you know. Oh, no, I didn't know.
Oh, you discovered him too?
No.
From around the wicket, Malinga bowls 2 straight, turned away through mid-wicket for a single. 109 for the loss of 1.
No, at that stage I was looking for an O before Chapman. The Irish side.
He's playing against Ireland.
Yeah.
Doesn't that count?
Yeah, well, they can.
Come to Ireland, it's lovely.
Yeah, come to
Dublin.
Yeah,
I'll get you a little...
And get wet.
I'll get you a flat in Temple Bar where beers are very reasonably priced. Your sales pitch, something like that. Ravindra, all left-handed combo for New Zealand, doing a good job. Slower ball down the leg side will be wided by umpire Corey Black, who's standing in his first one-day international. The 28th New Zealander, was it? 29th. 29th New Zealander to operate in men's one-day international cricket. Our stats with Mighty Ape, swing across to Mighty Mobile. John Bracewell will name more than 2.
Oh,
Coney had to name all 28 and he got to 2 and then just gave up. Gave me one of those looks.
I'm going to go Bowden Brown. There you go.
There you go, well done. Continuing from the city end, straighter this time on off stump, driven up towards mid-off, there won't be a run. That is the end of the over. Malinga now, none for 31 off 4 overs. Chapman's 43 off 37, Ravindra's 45 off 41. New Zealand going at 6.88. Good crowd in, talked about. I've been utterly enthralled, Braces, with the game on the bank, which is just to the right of the sight screen as we look at it. Downhill. So what have we got? We've got keeper, slip, 3 silly mid-offs. I like that. Aggressive field. Then there's about 8 covers, 6 mid-offs, and maybe the 30th New Zealander to stand in one-day international cricket.
Yeah.
Just like a statue. Pink shirt, sort of similar type colour to the actual umpires on field. He's been unmoved. Hasaranga starts a new over. Plenty of bottom hand from Chapman. Turning to mid-wicket, there's no run.
It's always great to see kids playing cricket. Winning sport, to be honest. They sort it out themselves.
Hasanga bowls, spinning back into the stumps, but going back, using his feet, lighter foot as Chapman, then nudging into the gap through point where Wickramasinghe comes in 1-1-1 for one. Is he?
Yeah, he's wide.
Was it fair? I'm torn.
The
good thing about my binoculars, I can watch both at the same time. Hasanga in again from over the wicket. Leg spinner played into the cover region. There's no run.
Once again, Hasanga just bowling that dead length. No bounce. It's very little bounce, and he hits that just back of the length. Hard to get back and loft that.
Hasanga, leggy, hit high. I've lost it in the grey. Where is it? It's landed in front of us. 6 runs. Not helpful to commentate when you've got thick cloud above. Baracha Ravindra has launched it over straight long on for 6. 117 for 1. More importantly, a half century to Rachin Ravindra, coming off just 43 balls, 6 fours and 1 6.
It's quite an interesting tactic. They exclusively played Hasanga off the back foot, and then all of a sudden he's actually gone upstairs a little bit with his height, and Ravindra's just pounced on this.
Hasanga remains over the wicket, bowling fuller wider of off stump. Played through the point region for a single.
He's immediately gone back to 91 Ks following that slow, tossed-up delivery. Ravindra pounced on, coming down the wicket. Beautiful driver, over long on.
Dancing down the wicket as Chapman turning to mid-wicket. There's no run. We've got leg spin operating down the hill. All that's turned down. Geez, it's hard to move, the young gentleman umpiring. Turned down for an LBW shout. Off field. On field, it's all New Zealand, though, Braces. 118 for the loss of 1. I know you, when you're on with Tom a little bit earlier, questioning sort of their tactics after sending the opposition in. More of a... it's about how much we might be willing to chase rather than ultra-aggressive, try to use the conditions, pitch under cover, of course, for a fair bit.
Well, they've used 2 quicks. Won the toss, used 2 quicks, and 3 spinners. It's kind of... You're almost saying... We'll just try and keep you to a score that we can chase, as opposed to we'll bowl you out for a score that we can get. So it's almost a defensive option rather than the offensive option.
Oh, we've had a stumping on the bank. The finger's finally gone up. Agricultural swipe across the line. Great sight. Good crowd in. From the city end, it will be pace again. Malanga continues, dropping the length back, hitting high on the bat of Ravindra, working through mid-wicket for a single, though, 119 for 1.
Yeah, but just straight through, isn't it? This seems to have gone out of the wicket. 2 new balls, so it's only 7 or 8 overs old.
It's 2 and 2 balls on the bank. 2 and 2. Thought you can't get golden ducks. 119 for 1. So much going on at the cricket as always. Slow ball turned up towards mid-on. Chapman sets off. He's sent back by Ravindra. And he runs 2. Got a long way down and he got back quite comfortably. But Rachin Ravindra was, fair to say, just leaning on his bat. 119 for 1 it remains. They'll come down and have a little chat.
I think he just blindsided a little bit. Ravindra wasn't quite sure if the bowler was going to get to it. By the time it had got past them, mid-on, it got in. It was a good piece of fielding from mid-on.
Malanga, not the tallest, moves past umpire Black and bowls full, driven up towards mid-on, setting off. This Chapman running with the stroke, good aggressive running, and Ravindra responded. Single will take New Zealand to 120 for the loss of 1 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing with Dulux.
Both scoring at a good rate. Chapman now 45 off 42. Ravindra 53 off 45. So very good partnership. Both doing the work.
Ravindra on strike. His 4th one-day international 50 is already reached. He gets a slow ball bouncer and has to wait and wait before pulling around the corner for a single, 121 for the loss of 1. Of course, he has a fine conversion rate in one-day international cricket. Prior to this braces, 350s and 300s.
So it's interesting that we haven't seen any changes of pace really from the quicks at all. We've seen 3 slower balls on this over.
Yeah. That one did grip. Just watching the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade. It held on the surface.
At 114, though, it's a super slow.
Texana like off spinner. Continues. Fuller this time. Powerfully driven past mid-off down to the fence for 4. Well played, Mark Chapman. He'll go past. No, I've added one too many. A little bit excited.
He'll go past 48.
He'll go past 48. 49 of 43. Another big barrel boundary. No full toss. He's just kept his shape, punched hard, despite the effort of mid-off diving away to his left. It's gone past him and rushed away to the fence.
Once again, it's almost a predictable ball after the slower ball. Slower ball bouncer. And then trying to york him. He just missed his length. Full toss, down the ground, bang, 4.
What a platform for New Zealand. 125 for the loss of 1. Short, pulled, 6. Is it? Yep. 50 this time to Mark Chapman. Top-edged it a touch. Braces. But he raises his bat, acknowledges the big crowd and his teammates.
I've been very impressed with Chapman, actually. I think he's played really well. He's been really... I wouldn't say urgent, but he's added some electricity to the partnership, which means that Ravindra hasn't had to chase.
Well, it's a big partnership for New Zealand. They came together at 31. They've put on exactly 100. And New Zealand at drinks are going at 7.28 runs and over. Mark Chapman, his second one-day international 50. He too has also gone on and scored 200s. So, well, 2 set batsmen. Perfect time for Sri Lanka to have a chat. Our coverage of the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff, use our workers to get the job done, continues after the drinks break. Off the bat of the New Zealanders through 18 overs of the second one-day international between the Black Caps and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka won the toss and decided to have a bowl, but they've chased the white ball around Seddon Park. Rain-reduced game, of course, 37 overs aside. Great to have your company if you're just tuning into our coverage. If one of those poor souls has had to go back to work this week, we greet you with warmth from a well, it's a warm Hamilton. It's been a strange old day. Yeah, thick grey cloud above. They opened up around 1 o'clock, an hour before first ball was scheduled to be bowled, and had to wait to 4:30 before the first ball. But in the 18 overs that we have seen, lots of runs. 13 fours, 3 sixes on our big barrel boundary count, bigger range, bigger deals. And New Zealand looks set for a big first innings total. So we're going to see Janeth Leonagay come into the attack, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander Rachin Ravindra, who finds himself on 54. The summer of cricket with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. Right arm medium pacer. Bowls and pushed up towards mid-off. Setting off with the stroke is Ravindra. The throw goes to the striker's end and almost rear ends Mark Chapman. Again, good running. 132 for 1 braces.
Just another skid bowler. Ravindra straight onto the front foot, punching him on the up. Chapman likes this sort of bowling as well.
I think all the New Zealand batters have enjoyed the bowling in this series. Remember, they made 180 for 1 in the first game, 26.2 overs. Chapman playing to backward point. Won't be a run here as Chiksana can field no run.
And just if we kind of have a look, so it's 123 Ks. As a medium pacer, it kind of looks that pace as well. It's nice and gentle round the wicket, trying to angle the ball back in.
Bouncing in, right arm medium pacer. Bowl short of length, pulled away. Into a gap, is it by Chapman? 2 fielders in the deep, converge. Flicks it up to a teammate, nicely done. That was Kavindu Mendes. And then the ball is returned by Issa Malinga. And then will be 2 to Chapman.
Nice little.
So that means Leonagay's figures, now career figures, 1 for 172.
Okay.
So again, from very wide of the crease, bowling fuller, wide of off stump, plenty of bottom hand from Chapman as he manoeuvres the ball to the onside. In comes long on. Nisanka fields just a single, 135 for the loss of 1 on the Dulux scoreboard.
It's okay if he's bowled 100 overs, isn't it?
He has bowled less than that. Economy rate is a tick under 6.
Okay.
29.3 overs up until today in one-day international cricket. Worked through the onside, this time by Rachin Ravindra, moving to 56. He's fallen behind Chapman, who's 58 off 47. 136 for the loss of 1. And the feature for me is the timing of these two.
Yeah, the ball's come on nicely. That's another good surface.
We'll get that message to KJ. Got to keep him happy. He's probably listening. Slow ball, full, driven up towards mid-off. Slight bobble by Vishka Fernando. But they would have been home. Anyway, the end of 19. So just beyond the halfway stage, 37 overs, of course, available to New Zealand. 137 for the loss of 1. And on the bank, everyone wants an update. Controversially, 2 leg slips, 4, 5 in the gully, and now 10 in the covers. No wonder he's hit it uppishly towards mid-off, and he's, good catch. Good catch at long off. And Billy Bowden's finger goes up once more. Don't need to put the finger up for that, Billy. I think you're headline hunting there, son. What on earth are we talking about? There's a big game of cricket being played on the bank by a swarm of kids. And they're having the time of their life. One lone figure doing all the umpiring. What a fine human. 137 for 1. Texana's going to come back into the attack. 4 overs, none for 23. Desperately need a breakthrough, Sri Lanka. From around the wicket, from the city end. Spearing in towards leg stump, turned to the field on the onside. There is no run. So short third man, backward point, deep point, cover long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep forward square and a short fine leg. That is the field. Texana, the quick off spinner. Bowls to Chapman, who's dancing down the wicket, almost yorked himself, but plenty of bat, takes it through mid-on for a single. 138 for the loss of 1 in the 20th over on the Dulux scoreboard.
Yeah, he just thrashed that one down the ground, didn't really get the timing.
Rachin Ravindra just taking his guard. He gets ready for facing Texana for the first time this spell. Lots of arms, plenty of action. He goes immediately for the slog sweep, gets it under edge and drags it backward a square for at least a couple, indeed 2. That's the point John was sort of hinting at a little bit earlier. When he just under swings, he plays better. That one he's really tried to muscle.
He's really gone for bat speed there, and he hasn't got the timing that he required. He got the under edge. Enough on it for 2. I do like it when he's just stroking the ball.
He's got all the strokes. He's on 58, and he goes back and pulls uppishly. 1 bounce to long on. Ball's returned quickly. 141 for the loss of 1 in the 20th over. Oh, that's pulled away on the bank and caught at square leg. It's a good-looking shot. We can't see the onside field. It's behind the sight screen. Texana bowls very quick through the air, turned through square leg, got 2, surely. They're very smart between the wickets.
Running.
Chapman is so good. The throw comes in, the bails will be dislodged. Umpire Kettleborough gives the signal. We'll go upstairs and check the third umpire with First Mortgage Trust FMT.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out at the keeper's end. If I can have a look at your best side on angle, please.
NFMT, of course, grow Kiwi nest eggs. Always going to be home, wasn't he, Braces?
Okay, I'm ready to go to the big screen with my decision.
Yeah, he picked it up early. He turned beautifully out from the non-striker's end, always looking for 2. A hard man to stop Chapman when he's running well.
.143 for the loss of 1. Last ball of the 20th over here. Backing away and hitting up towards long off. Catch taken. It is. And Mark Chapman's furious with himself. He's kind of thrown it away there. Well bowled Texana. Didn't allow him to get quite to the pitch. And he's tried to muscle it over long off, who's taken a couple of steps forward and takes the catch. And Chapman goes, the second New Zealand wicket to fall, taking the ball, from the top of middle stump and hitting down the throat of long off. And Texana celebrates wildly, but a good innings by Mark Chapman.
Yeah, very good innings from Chapman, but he will be very disappointed. And it did not surprise me that Daryl Mitchell was going to sprint to the middle. He was almost out there before that catch was taken. This wicket, I want a piece of this wicket.
Are you telling me some batsman can be a little bit selfish on days like this? Well, gee, I hope he gets out. I hope he gets out. Get out.
I'd rather call it keen.
Keen. You've always been savvy with the media. It's good framing that.
Now there's a first.
You frame that well. Braces, haven't you? So, Sri Lanka, much needed breakthrough, and Daryl Mitchell was out there very smartly, as John Bracewell has pointed out. 20 overs gone now, 143 for the loss of 2 on the Dulux scoreboard. Chapman gone for 63. Caught it long off. 52 balls he faced. 5 fours, 2 sixes. Our stats with Mighty 8 swing across to Mighty Mobile. It was the end of the over, so Mitchell's at the non-striker's end. Leonagay to continue. Right arm medium pacer. He's in again. Bowls straight. Work backward a square. Off the front foot by Ravindra. He too's going to push hard and come back for a second. Throw in from Mendes. The keeper at the non-striker's end was very wide, bringing lots of smiles from his teammates.
That's very good from Ravindra there, taking a leaf from Chapman's book in terms of running between the wickets. He set out for 2, turned quickly, head down, gone.
And again, bowling. Turn this time 4 to square. Setting off very quickly once more, but then a loud call of no. Good decision, because the bounce throw in from Gamindo Mendes was right next to the bails. A single takes New Zealand to 146 for the loss of 2 wickets. Chapman gone to the previous over for 62. Will Young was bowled in the 5th over, but the score at 31. He made 16 off 18 balls. And no wonder I was struggling to identify who took the catch. It was Nawindu Fernando. The substitute fielder was on at long off to take that catch. So there you go, another Fernando for your braces. Mitchell's driving through cover point for a single to get his innings away immediately. He's 147 for 2.
But not all 70s kids, are they? When Abba were at their
well, they'd be quite old then, wouldn't they? If they were born in 1979, they'd be 40.
But their parents.
They'd be 46.
Their parents' kids.
They might be 90s children.
Yeah, but their parents are going, oh, God, I love that. I love that, Abba.
Maybe they watched Mamma Mia, I don't know. Bouncer, that should be wide, and is. Overhead smash down the line, and centre court in Australia was required to get to that one, and rightly Ravindra bailed out of the stroke and said, we'll just take the 148 for the loss of 2 on the Dulux scoreboard into the 21st over. For the members in, medium pacer bowls again, plenty of bottom hand, whipping the ball theatrically away through mid-wicket off the front foot. Now 2 Mendes in the deep, 2 to the total, 1 to the total, 149 for 2.
Nicely, the run rates climbed to 7.21. They're going at a good rate, setting a great foundation. The second half of this launch.
Mitchell, the right-hander, waits back over the wicket. The medium pacer, Lianagay bowls and just opening the face, rolling it down towards third man for a single. 150 is up for New Zealand. And the 21st over on the Dulux scoreboard, worth doing with Dulux. Run rate 7.20.
Yeah, it's just actually, if you're going to get out at a time, it's actually quite a good time for Chapman to get out, because it gives Mitchell a few balls to get in and get used to the pace of the wicket.
Flicked fine, pass short, fine leg for 4. Poor bowling from a medium pacer. Can't in line like that from around the wicket. It will see Ravindra go to 67. The end of the over. New Zealand fly, and the Kiwis can fly 154 for the loss of 2.
There's so much jobs chat at the moment. It's
the loss of 2. Rain-affected game in Hamilton. New Zealand have 16 overs left through 21. 154 for the loss of 2. John Bracewell makes way, and now providing expert comments with class. Built for professional farmers is Jeremy Coney. Hello, Jerry. Good evening.
Daniel, good, thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, to me, the New Zealanders, if they don't get 240-odd plus, they've messed this innings up. The pace of the pitch is such that you can play off front foot and back foot with impunity, as long as you see the length and make the right choice. There's not a lot of spin. There's very little seam now. And so it's up to batsmen to make mistakes to get out.
It will be pace from the City end as Jamindu Vikramasinghe Right arm, medium fast. A bit quicker than Nenegate. Likes to swing it away from a right-hander. Not sure if we're going to see any of that in the 22nd over. Sorry, Neil from North Otago, I should have read your text in the previous over.
Just leave that.
We'll leave that. Neil, stay with us for Braces. Braces will be back to answer your question. New over, driven off the front foot into the onside to mid-wicket. No run from Daryl Mitchell. But if you want to contribute, we love hearing from you. 8833.
Yeah, Braces will charge that, won't he?
Yeah, he will. And unnamed texter who's coming pretty strongly. Where have these guys come from? Talk about a pop gun attack. It's probably not harsh, but it's fair enough, isn't it? That you don't see anyone, Jerry, and think, ooh, New Zealand need to get through these overs. And again, Vikramasinghe hit powerfully on the up through mid-on for a single as Mitchell goes to 3. It's 155 for 2.
No, I guess as far as pace is concerned, for Sri Lanka, you tend to think of players like Lasith Malinga, of course, very different. Very good Yorkers. Swung it as well a little bit. Perhaps a bit more pace than these bowlers on show here today. Or maybe Chaminda Vas.
Yeah, brilliant with the new ball.
Left arm bowler. And so those are the two that really stand out. Earlier, Vinod John and those kinds of players. But it's the spinners, really, that you tend to think of as the real threat coming from Sri Lanka.
Vikramasinghe bowling, swing and a miss as Ravindra's trying to lash him through the cover region.
Yeah, and they really have bowled at different paces. For here, they're still bowling at a Sri Lankan pace, and you have to just bowl a little bit slower so the ball, when it lands on the surface, it actually has time to grip. And it hasn't been the flight that we normally associate with a spinner as well.
Continuing from over the wicket, past umpire, black wide, half volley that is steered very nicely over the two men inside the circle at short third man and a backward point. Went between them, on the up, down to the fence for 4 off the bat of Rachin Ravindra. And the big barrel boundary. It's not into the pitch. That is in the air all the way, Jerry, is it not? Let's check the Bunnings Train replay.
I think that might have, I'd like to see it again. Just sorry, I didn't quite pick up the replay to say whether it flew all the way in the air. The impression I got when he played in the shot, it was played into the ground, but it could be just an open face.
He's up to 71 no matter what. He waits. Vikramasinghe bowls into his pads, driven nicely wide of mid-on. Long chase for deep mid-wicket, around, and he misses. He's run over the top of it. Not the most vintage bit of fielding you will see. So back-to-back big barrel boundaries for Ravindra. He's now 75, 163 for 2.
Yep, aiming at sort of going at an angle towards off stump, and it's been picked to the leg side and made quite a long chase for the mid-wicket to get round there. And he made a bit of an effort, but really just a little bit slow to get really to that ball. Needed a big dive.
Vikramasinghe will bowl short of a length into the hip of Ravindra, nudged out towards the 30-metre circle, and there will be just one more to the New Zealand total, and that is the end of the over. It is 164 for the loss of 2. You listen to Sport Nation and the Summer of Cricket with Trade Staff. Use our workers to get the job done. Most threatening ball, and often players will play him as if he's an off spinner. He's a leg spinner. 2 overs, none for 11. 164 for the loss of 2. Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki. NZ drive it home with Suzuki from over the wicket, bowling to Rachin Ravindra, who's going to play through forward square for 1, wants 2, and will get 2 out to the longer side of the ground. 166 for the loss of 2. Got a message from our dear friend Andy Thompson. The current lack of bank cricket commentary is getting disturbing. An update on current field placements would be appreciated. Jerry, you were famous for fields. Did you ever have
a field like that?
A field like that? They're getting closer and closer. I do like the aggression. Hasaranga dropping short toward Uppersley. 1 bounce to deep mid-wicket. Single, 167 for 2.
No, the 14 men behind square on the leg side is a new an innovation of hill cricket. Perhaps it's always been there. I don't know.
They've also got a I'll say a silly backstop, a regulation backstop, and then a long backstop.
Right. Okay. Well,
so none of them have faith in each other.
No. There have been plenty of fields set like that at school cricket before. Usually doing cartwheels.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Just 2 slips at the moment. Still 15 in the covers. Mitchell onto the front foot can just nudge the ball to the onside, past the bowler for a single.
But, I mean, this surface on the main part of the arena. Sorry to have to come back to that, folks.
No, Andy's also texted in saying he would like Jeremy's expert opinion on the backyard field placements.
Yeah, okay, well, it seems to be quite relaxed.
Here's a sweet no into the pad, stifled appeal. I got a little bit excited. I thought that was a moral victory for Sri Lanka, 168 for 2.
And more of a strolling kind of arrangement of fielders, really. You have to do it just as the batsman hits the ball.
Yeah. Or it's pushed through the vacant point region.
Okay, well, yeah, they're all on the leg side.
Wait on as the call as Ravindra turns the ball from middle stump to short mid-wicket, no run.
Good Hasaranga, only 4 from this over, 1 ball remaining. I think, as I say, New Zealand have got to aim for that 240 plus. They've got to get there.
Very wide of off stump, and here's a catch. Oh, a flying catch in the cover. It was short, wide of off stump, spinning further away. He's gone with the googly, and Hasaranga has bought a wicket. Man is swamped. I can't quite pick out a number, but Jeremy Coney, boy, did they need that. What a fine bit of fielding. That is a Macca's I'm loving it moment. Mick Delivery, delivering your Macca's favourite straight to your door.
Yep, number 72. So that is the catcher.
Oh, that's the skipper. That's Asalanka.
Asalanka, okay.
He took a beauty in the T20s too, didn't he?
He's again diving to his right. That was to the left in that. So Ravindra leaves 79 off 63. It's been a powerful innings from him. He's got himself out, though, I've got to say, about that stroke. It actually just kept on going further away, and because it was so far away from him when he played the cut, he didn't control it. And so another wicket, 168 for 3. We're in power play 2 here, 23 overs bowled of 37. And New Zealand, it's batsman error that's going to get them out here, and they've got to work their way through the next sort of 10 overs or so. Latham's coming out, and he will have been in this situation before. He's got to get himself in and then start working hard on manipulating the field. One-day cricket is about moving fielders around the field. And by playing certain shots in certain areas, you force the opposition to cover that area, and they have to move in somebody else from somewhere else. Yeah, you can see the disappointment on Ravindra's face there. He knows that he's thrown away a real golden opportunity here.
Gone for 79. Jerry, here's Tom Bartlett.
Continuing from the city end, Mitchell playing this one down the onside. Had to hold slightly as the bowler tracked across, but Mitchell's taken a single, and that will bring the new batsman Tom Latham down to strike with the score at 169 for 3. Mitchell 5. Latham yet about to face up to his first delivery.
Yeah, so 2 new batsmen in. One who's been in there for 5 or 6 deliveries, the other one about to face his first one now. So 2 new batsmen starting. Here's a chance for Sri Lanka to try and perhaps put 2 overs, 3 overs together to try and put the pressure on these players. Don't give them easy singles. Bowlers have to concentrate harder to get their bit right first. And it's Latham's job to try and find those gaps and keep moving this score, keeping on pushing to try and get to that 250 plus, which is definitely an opportunity today.
Yanagay is, well, he started his run and then he's pulled out. Was a little bit expensive in his first couple of overs. The right arm medium pacer. Here he is. He's got Tom Latham facing up to his first delivery, and he's guiding this one down through third man. He will get off the mark with one. He's run the second one. Come back. The stumps have been broken. Sri Lanka look very interested. Now Latham took the ball easily down to third man. There's a bit of ground for that player down there to cover, but he collected, threw it in, stumps broken, and Sri Lanka,
if we can have a look at best side,
they're in business here, Jerry.
Well, it's closer than the other run-outs we've seen. I think he might be out. Yep, he is. He's gone. He's a foot short. He didn't really turn strongly and come running hard. He just kind of ran the same pace both of the runs, and that's cost him. It's cost him by a foot. And again, it's batsman error that's cost these last 3 wickets here. And New Zealand at the moment are messing this up. Someone has got to stay there and start to push the ball around. And the pitch is not doing anything new. The ball's getting older. The field is spread. Well done, Sri Lanka. You've picked up 2 wickets. They've pressure on now. Phillips coming out, a big hitter. So let's wait and see what he can do to get started and play an innings of substance here.
170 for 4 as Phillips makes his way out onto the field after Tom Latham had to listen to the third umpire review and then give him out, run out. The third umpire with First Mortgage Trust, FMT, trusted to protect and grow Kiwi nest eggs. Phillips, the new man, and as you'd expect, he's made his way out into the centre of Seddon Park. He's sprightly fashion, but like Daryl Mitchell-esque, in his 35th one-day international, just the 450s, strikes at 96.7. But as you touched on, Jerry, New Zealand need to almost consolidate again here. 170 for 4. They just a few moments ago, were 2 for 168.
Yep, they've just made a bit of a hash of the last few overs. Some mistakes have crept into their game. Well done, the keeper, taking the ball, reverse cup, a good bounce throw in from third man, flat. It's just really a nice throw around the stumps, and all he had to do was bring his hands down and onto the stumps.
So here's Phillips facing his first delivery, and he's driving up to mid-off, won't score.
There we are, the field coming in, you see. They're much tighter. They're stopping those singles that were easy runs before, and now these two have to be able to play well enough to push that field back again. Shot, it'll only take a couple of shots over the bowler.
Yanagay again, bowling to Phillips. Tries to turn this one on the onside and then squirts out into the covers on the offside. No run, 170 for 4. And all of a sudden, the complexion of this innings changes.
Yep, so, these are both experienced players now. They should be able to just handle this little bit of pressure here over the next over or two.
Phillips waits off the back foot this time. He's going to get a single. There's a dive from mid-off, who's then parried the ball to his left and had to sprint off after it. So Phillips has got 2 to get off the mark after punching that one and being the benefactor of a couple of misfields. 172 for 4 on the Dulux scoreboard. Phillips off the mark with 2. Having a look on the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade. Yeah, just a juggle from the captain, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yanagay bowls again to Phillips, playing this one down the onside. Won't score, and that ends the over. A successful one for Sri Lanka with the run out of Tom Latham. 24 overs have been bowled here at Seddon Park, 37 overs aside. New Zealand 172 for 4 with Mitchell 5 and Phillips on 2. Run rate of 7.17 for New Zealand. Stats thanks to Mighty 8. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. Sri Lanka have used 7 bowlers.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it, that they've used this after winning the toss and putting New Zealand in and bowling 9 of the first 17 overs with spin. That's a little unusual. You'd usually give the new ball to your faster men.
Hasaranga operating from the members then. This is played off the back foot by Mitchell. There's a dive from the fielder at cover, and he can't collect it, so Mitchell gets the singles. The ball heads out to the sweeper. 173 for 4. Mitchell 6.
A little bit, yeah.
Hasaranga into his 4th over. Figures of 1 for 16, getting the big wicket in his previous over of Rachin Ravindra for 79. Ravindra, big opportunity for 100. Spooned the ball to Asalanka. Here's Phillips waiting. He goes back and plays down the pitch. Bowler does his own field. 173 for 4, the New Zealand score. Fine leg and third man up inside the ring. Cover, mid-off, mid-on and back. Here's Phillips going back, again punching, but Hasaranga comfortably to his left, cuts it off.
Back
Another
to a
dot
very full ball. I'd say it looks as though, you know, Phillips has decided he's going to go back to everything, whatever's bowled on this pitch.
He goes back again, plays almost a similar shot. Hasaranga just ripping through this over with 3 dots in a row.
You know, kind of cutting out half your options, isn't it, really? So you're only being sort of 50%. If you get a short ball, okay, you're lucky. But if it's full, you see the length, you come forward.
Actually, Daryl Mitchell's come down perhaps for a little word. Oh, and he's going to move a leaf.
Yeah. Because you've got less time to see it. If it does happen to grip slightly, then you've got a chance of missing it, even though it's full.
Hasaranga again, much fuller this time, turned to square leg by Phillips, and he will take a single to take his score to 3. 174 for 4. 1 ball left in the 25th over. Just joining us, game a 37 over a side contest due to the rain in Hamilton earlier this afternoon.
Yep, those wickets are coming at a cost. Just 2 off this over so far.
Hasaranga bowls to Mitchell, and he turns this one fine. Finally, he's up inside the rings. There's a chase for the man down towards the boundary. So those awkward dives where his knee gets stuck in. Has managed to prevent the ball going for 4. And Phillips has got back to ensure Mitchell adds 2 to his score. Mitchell is 8, Phillips is 3. And after 25 overs on the Dulux scoreboard, New Zealand 176 for 4. Cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. 185 for 4. New Zealand batting first in the second one-day international against Sri Lanka. Mitchell 16. Phillips is on strike. He's on 4. Hasaranga continuing from the members' end. It's a full delivery, and this time Phillips comes forward, defends down the offside. Bowler does his own fielding, and there is no addition to the score.
Yeah, this is a good battle between Hasaranga and Phillips. Phillips is just struggling at the moment to get him away.
Another full delivery, which allows Phillips to drives forcefully up to Malinga, who's down at mid-off, and takes 186 for 4.
Yeah, Phillips wanted 2 there, didn't he?
Mitchell wasn't at all interested.
No.
Yeah, his body language gives him away, Daryl Mitchell, in those scenarios. He's just trotting up. Meanwhile, his partner is sort of sprinting down the pitch like a hare. Here's Hasaranga, Mitchell waits for Hasaranga, defends. Again, the bowler does his own fielding on the offside, and there's no run. This is Hasaranga's 5th over, 1 for 20. The big wicket of Rachin Ravindra. Here's Mitchell sweeping in the air, and it's gone all the way. I think it might have gone for 6. It's hit the Toblerone, the boundary rope on the full. Wait for the signal from the umpire, but it's 4 regardless. We'll see whether or not it's gone all the way. Big barrel boundary to Daryl Mitchell. Bigger range, bigger deals. As we look on the replay, I'm sure that hit it flush. Yes, it did. So that'll be 6 to Daryl Mitchell. His first 6 of this innings. New Zealand score will go to 192 for 4.
Top edge, wasn't it, really? Quite full from Hasaranga.
There's the signal from umpire Kittleborough. Daryl Mitchell, he's 22 from 14. Waits for Hasaranga. This one turning to mid-wicket. Inside the circle, no run.
Good length. That troubled Mitchell. Didn't know whether to go forward or back, ended up sort of a little bit in between.
Here's Hasaranga tossing this one up again. Mitchell happily just to play with the soft hands to mid-wicket to end the over. 7 from it, the 27th of the innings completed. 192 for 4, the New Zealand score. Phillips 5, Mitchell 22. They're running at 7.11 on the Dulux scoreboard. Phillips 5 from 12, and Daryl Mitchell 22 from 14. 2 4s, 1 6. Stats thanks to Mighty Ape. Swing across to Mighty Mobile.
Yeah, I guess what's changed really from the Chapman-Ravindra part of the innings from New Zealand is just the fluency, that they were scoring runs virtually at will. And there didn't seem many places that the bowlers could bowl without, the batsman finding a gap and running a single or looking for a 2 or hitting a boundary. And it was very much one way. What's happened since the fall of that Ravindra, Chapman, Latham sort of arc is that, the bowlers have reasserted themselves. There's now 5 men inside the circle. When they really only need 4.
Ishad Malinga back into the attack, bowling to Phillips, defending through just 4 to point. Runs the first one hard. Wickramasinghe off the fences in quickly to prevent a second. Phillips goes to 6.
Although it's 5 really, they did. Yeah, you're right. It's but I mean that's what's lost. That's the cost of those wickets falling. So New Zealand on the cusp nearly of 200.
If you're just joining us, Rachin Ravindra 79 today. Mark Chapman 62, shared in a partnership of 112 for the second wicket. And things were going along pretty well for New Zealand. There's still a good platform here with 10 overs to go. Malinga into Mitchell, and Mitchell again is playing similar shot to Phillips in the previous delivery. 4 to point to Wickramasinghe and takes 1. He's 23. 194 for 4. They were 1 for 143, or 143 for 1 New Zealand when Chapman was dismissed. And they lost 3 wickets for 27 runs when Latham was dismissed at 170. Here's Malinga again to Phillips, driving forcefully to mid-off, won't score. 194 for 4. And then since then, these two have added Another 24 runs.
Yeah, a lot more dot balls, hasn't there, because of it. A couple of singles this over. They're halfway through the over now.
Nishan Malinga into his 6th over. He's gone for 46. It's a little bit expensive in the basin on debut. Right arm over the wicket to Phillips. Phillips wants a single this time as he plays it to point, and player coming across from cover can't prevent that run. 195 for 4 with Phillips to 7. .37 over a side game if you're just joining us at Seddon Park. So New Zealand 9 overs after this one. Left in the innings. Malinga, right arm over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Mitchell, who tries to heave this one down the ground, makes no contact, through to wicket-keeper Mendes.
Just a bit of frustration now starting to creep in from New Zealand, wanting to play the big shots, knowing that the overs are running past and running through, so they're trying now to play strokes to get those boundaries where they were just naturally occurring before. So well done, Sri Lanka, in forcing New Zealand into a very much a different phase and a feeling about the innings.
Malinga, last ball of this over. Only 3 from it so far. Can he get out of it successfully? Clips this one though. Mitchell through mid-wicket and out to the boundary for 4. Couldn't get out of the over, Malinga. Mitchell takes a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. End of the over, the 28th of the innings. 199 for 4. Mitchell 27, Phillips 7. New Zealand running at 7.11. Take a short break. Back at Seddon Park in a moment. Hospital, shout out to all the excellent staff here. Black Caps special win on the way. Great stuff, Russ. Appreciate your message. Hataranga continuing, bowling to Phillips, full delivery, and he's playing this one through mid-on down to the fielder on the fence. Takes 1, does Glenn Phillips, and the applause you can hear is for the Black Caps 200. It's come off 28.1 overs, and New Zealand will be looking for, well, certainly in excess of 250 from here. Hasaranga bowling to Mitchell, goes back and tries to heave this one, takes it on the pads and drifts out onto the onside. There's no run. John Bracewell has joined me. Braces, 200 for 4, lost a bit of momentum, but a couple of guys who don't mind going and dealing in larger figures are at the crease as Mitchell plays this one square. He will get 1 run, 201 for 4.
Yeah, it's been an interesting little phase, isn't it? Because New Zealand, if they bat poorly, they should still get 250, because that's only 6s for the last 10.
Mitchell 28, Phillips is on 8. Hasaranga into his 6th over, 1 for 28 are his figures. Bowls to Phillips, forcing this one to mid-wicket. Good diving stop by Asalanka, the captain, and there's no run.
It's just interesting that these two batters have really struggled to read length as well as Chapman and Ravindra did. So
goes back this time. Phillips plays it behind square, takes 1 or runs the first one hard, wants the second one. Wickramasinghe's a good fielder. Direct hit might have had Phillips in trouble, but it wasn't, and he gets home. 203 for 4.
I also noticed in the last over from Malinga from the city end, while he had mid-off and mid-on up in the circle for the first four balls, it wasn't actually until mid-on went back that Mitchell decided he wanted to go over the top.
He clipped that one in the air, well wide of mid-wicket. Hasaranga over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, defends. no run scored.
To be honest, you've got to score off that ball. That's a wide half volley that he's almost decided to block. So whether he's read a wrong in there, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, you get the feeling, I don't know about you, Braces, that Phillips is almost playing slightly within himself at the moment. He's not that fluency or that busyness at the crease that we often see from Glenn Phillips. He's 10 and he's faced 19 deliveries.
Yeah, well, he hasn't gone aerial at all. He's strictly stayed along the ground. He's played off the back foot as much as he possibly could. So therefore, you don't often get, unless you're cutting or pulling, that opportunity to hit the ball in the air. The opportunities he has had on the front foot, he's almost overemphasised hitting it along the ground.
John Bracewell providing expert comments with Class. Class built for professional farmers. Getting ready for the start of the 30th over. 37 over a side game. New Zealand 203 for 4. They have Mitchell on 28, Phillips on 10, and Tikshana, who opened the bowling, is going to come back into the attack from the City end. And these right arm off spinners, they're quicker, and loses his run up. In fact, wants to make a change to the field. That's why he pulled out of his run. Wants his short third man to move a little bit finer.
So you're 4 men behind the wicket, 2 on the offside, 2 on the onside.
203 for 4 at the start of the 30th over. Here's Tikshana bowling to Mitchell. Mitchell plays a wide delivery to deep point. Takes 1. 204 for 4. Mitchell 29.
Almost bowled that wide of the crease to get Mitchell off strike.
Happy to give him a single almost.
Yeah, happy to bowl at Phillips. I think they could chew up a few balls. He's currently, Mitchell is 10 off 19. Mitchell's 29 off 22.
Tikshana over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips. This time hits this one in front of square and should get 4, will get 4. Nice looking shot from Glenn Phillips. First real shot of aggression from him. Went back and punched it well forward of square and out to the boundary for 4. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. It's 208 for 4. Phillips to 14.
That's a very good shot. Beating the man on square. Hitting that in front, but it's raced across the boundary. So it's the first one he's really timed today. So hopefully he's going to get his innings underway.
Perhaps a shot of intent from Phillips to up the rate as we head towards the final overs of this innings. This time turns this one through mid-wicket, running the first one hard. Mitchell, though, didn't want it. Phillips did again. Jeremy Coney's laughing in the background because I think he thought Phillips was almost committed to the run until Mitchell just decided no way at 209 for 4.
He doesn't turn as well as he used to, Daryl.
Very diplomatic and nice way of saying it. John? He's on strike though, Daryl Mitchell. He's on 29 from 22. Waits for Tikshana. Tosses one up and he drives through forcefully down the ground. There's a dive at long on. Phillips again wants to come back for the second, but they'll just settle for 1 at 210 for 4. Mitchell 30.
I'll be disappointed with that. There's a full toss. He just managed to hit that, clothed it almost down to long on.
Hasaranga diving to his left to cut it off. Tikshana into Phillips. Plays it down the offside, no run. 210 for 4. 1 ball left in the 30th over.
Once again, Phillips choosing to go onto the back foot to a reasonably full ball. So he's getting jammed up, whereas if he come onto the front foot, he's got mid on and mid off. He only has to beat the bowler.
Just pausing is Tikshana, making sure he's got everyone where he wants them. Phillips waits, turns this one through mid-wickets. Again, running hard this time. They both agree that there's no second run as it's played a little too square. End of the over, the 30th bowled by Sri Lanka. New Zealand 211 for 4. Mitchell 30, Phillips 16. Of course, Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with trade.
with trade staff, use our workers to get the job done. We've hit the final power play of the innings, so an extra man is allowed outside of the circle for Sri Lanka. If you're just tuning into our coverage, 211 for the loss of 4 after 30 overs, New Zealand. Young 16, Chapman 62, Ravindra 79, and Latham run out for 1, the 4 wickets to fall. New Zealand were 143 for 2. And then 170 for 4, just getting the wobbles a touch, but thanks to Phillips and Mitchell, have reasserted their dominance. Now, a 41-run partnership so far for this, the 5th wicket. Hasaranga, the leg spinner, starts bowling a googly, spinning back in towards Phillips, who's defending tentatively for half press forward. 16 off 24 for Phillips. New Zealand going at exactly 7 runs an over. Our stats with Mighty Ape. Swing across to Motor Mobile. Speaking of big swings, here's a glorious lofted hit back over the bowler's head. Towering blow, crashing into the porticom next to us. Sweet strike from Phillips. 217 for 4.
Actually, easy strike, wasn't it? Short boundary. Only 50 metres. He's timed that beautifully and cleared the boundary, got a long way. Got onto the front foot, which he's been reluctant to do.
Short, pulled away, out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be caught, is Wickramasinghe there. Big, lethal smile across his face as Phillips is hauled out. He looks skyward, very frustrated. And he goes for 22. Off 26, and New Zealand now 217 for the loss of 5. Caught Wickramasinghe bowled Hasaranga.
Trying to make length off the back foot, and it wasn't quite there, so he hasn't been able to get hold of that. Heading towards the short boundary. Once again, it's only 55 metres out to that boundary, but he's clothed it. Just as New Zealand were about to launch, they get set back a little bit again. Every time this happens, they're only going to get to par score for this wicket, especially when you're chasing. Very, very difficult ground to defend.
Mitchell Santner arrives, batting at number 7. Still to come, Smith, Henry, Duffy, O'Rourke. 4 quicks in the attack. New Zealand made just the 1 change. Hay dropping out of the 11 as a fit again. Tom Latham returned. Right, braces. You're a genius of all things. Lawn mowing. Okay, okay, Coney. Neil from North Otago, we asked to wait until you returned. Hopefully you're still there. Anyone knows Neil from North Otago, tell them to turn on the radio. Hi guys, great commentary as always, exclamation point. Say firstly tick for starting a message like that. We'll always get read out. Just one question. How long does it take to mow a 14-hectare paddock at 11 k's per hour with a 3-metre mower? I'm hoping a 37 over a side cricket game. Ooh, could you get that done, braces?
How long's the grass?
Whoa.
And what type of grass?
Oh, how long is the grass and what type of grass? Neil, 8833. When you respond, I'm sure we'll get back to you.
Immediately, if I know the length of the grass.
Immediately. Hasaranga to the new batter. Santner is onto the front foot, defending to mid-wicket, no run. 14-hectare paddock.
Yeah.
Why only 11k per hour, though? Can't you go fast?
And did he say it's a 36-inch blade?
No, he didn't tell me the blade length or anything. Santner driving forcefully, bursting through the hands of the fielder at cover. That... Who is that gentleman who's worn it on the arm? Tiksana. He's rubbing it. It is Mahesh Tiksana. He'll have to go out now to the square leg boundary because the right-left-hand combination brings a change of the field. But that single centre off the mark, it's 218 for 5 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth Dulux. Hasaranga continues, 2 for 37. Last ball of his 7th over. Leg break is turning from middle stump. across the face of Mitchell's bat, who's trying to turn it to the onside. The end of the over. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff use our workers to get the job done continues after this.
Need a new tractor-mounted mower? Now's the perfect time to upgrade to a Class. For a limited time, get a 2-year warranty on select.
NZ catch it, hot deals on Suzuki wheels. 218 for 5, New Zealand, 31 overs in. It's a rain-affected game, so 37 overs aside, so 6 overs remain. Jerry's very interested about this this mowing question. He's figured out what it is in acres now.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, good at maths. Is it flat? Jerry's like mumbling to him. Is it flat? Is it undulating? Is it uphill? Is it downhill like the cricket on the bank? Here is the new over, back of a length, right arm over the wicket. That is Fernando back into the attack, who has 5.1 overs, 1 for 34, steered by Santner to cover no run.
Are we mulching? Are we side throwing? Are we catching? So many questions.
There's so many questions. Where would you dump all of that if you're catching it?
Well,
down the neighbour's bank? You'd never do that, would you?
If you want a game of cricket, you got to catch it.
Yeah, true. It'd be a sluggish outfield if it wasn't. Dreadful. 218 for 5. Plenty of blue sky above now. Ominous clouds as Santner will push the ball into the gap at cover for his second run. It's 219 for 5. Total, you felt like could have been 300 plus at one stage. Braces, New Zealand has lost their way.
Yeah, and I think they were in a position where it should have been between 280 and 300. Now they're looking at par at best, unless Mitchell turns something on here.
Speaking of par, if Neil gets back to us, I want you to give him a par time. And
does he
Neil
want a
has
time or a cost?
Neil has to chase it down under that par time. Is that fair, Braces?
Does he want a quote?
No, he's not asking you to do it.
Get a guy down there.
He's not asking you to do it. He's like to know how long is it going to take. And he's almost at the halfway stage. He sent that message a while back. It will be Mitchell on strike. Right-hander waiting for the right-arm medium-fast bowler. Wide Yorker. Steer down towards third man, rather, for a single. Mitchell goes to 31. It's 220 for the loss of 5. Oh, he's got back to us. Right, so it's 14-hectare paddock. He's going to go 11 k's an hour with a 3-metre mower. He says the grass would be 1 metre tall and a 6-disc mower. The grass has also fallen over.
So he's going to have to mow that about 17 times from different directions just to catch that up. At 11 mile an hour.
Fair to say you're not sending a man down there now, are you?
Nah.
Not happy with that. Short tucking up Santner, pushed to the onside. Bowler in his follow-through, away to his left to field at short mid-wicket, no run.
Absolutely no profit in that at all.
It's what Neil's doing it himself. 1 metre tall, Neil. That's sloppy.
Yeah.
Don't ever let it get to 1 metre.
Well, your first cut's got to be a haymaker for a start off. That's from me.
Third man's going to come up inside the circle with Santner. Long off, deep cover. So just 2 back on the offside. Long on, deep mid-wicket. Deep backwards square. Fine leg up inside the circle too. Pushing forward is Santner. Back past the bowler. 2 long on for a single. 221 for the loss of 5. Very tidy over so far. Just 3 runs off it. 3 singles, 2 dot balls. 221 for the loss of 5 on the Dulux scoreboard. Worth doing, worth Dulux. Do you know what is not worth doing? That lawn, Neil. That would be my advice.
No, bring the local farmer and say, here, you can have this, bale it and go.
Yeah. Neil's also added in. Neil, you're wasting time, by the way, texting us, but we're loving the little chat. Just wait. There's Fernando. Bustling in, bowls full, powerfully struck back past the bowler. Long off, very straight, as they often are at this ground, with straight, short boundaries. Just a single. That is the end of the over, 222 for the loss of 5. 5 overs remaining. It is a reasonably flat paddock with a nasty wee ridge in one part that I won't be able to get to. It's going to be made into hay.
It has to be.
Only an hour left now. And I stay as at 2. I'm not sure what that means, but good luck, Neil.
Yeah.
Andy Tolleson from the Rural Roundup, he's onto it. He said, charge by the hour, braces. Just charge by the hour. There's no downside. Sri Lankan fans on their feet, flags are waving. Drums are beating. Hasaranga, bowler's 8th and final over, 2 for 37. 2 bowlers can bowl 8. Cutting is Mitchell and really angry with himself because there's a deep cover and a long off. Gets it past that backward point. That's 4 runs.
Hasaranga's done a very good job,
hasn't he? Away from us, falling from the members' end. Very wide of off stump, going past the outside edge as it's spun and bounced. Mitchell misses out again. Just check the Bunnings Trade replay. Is that a wide? Should that be a wide?
Yeah, it probably should have been. It's gone outside the line, but it's only a guide.
Hasaranga bowls outside of leg stump, nudged through the onside off the front foot by Mitchell. 223 for the loss of 5, halfway through the 33rd.
Yeah, I think he's varied his pace, changed his angle, found a length that stopped Phillips from getting to him. It's been a very, very clever spell. Picked up 2 good wickets.
Just when you thought New Zealand would be on the charge, the last 5 overs, braces going at just 5.6 runs an over.
Yeah.
So that's thanks to Mighty 8, swinging across to Mighty Mobile. From over the wicket, Hasaranga continues, now bowling to Santner. Bowls a beauty of a googly. That's hit him in front. He goes up. He was celebrating. Is this going to miss off stump, though? That's the question. They're having a little chat, and they're going to go upstairs and ask third umpire with First Mortgage Trust, FMT, trusted to protect and grow Kiwi nest eggs.
TV umpire to director.
First look, it looked as though it was going to miss, didn't it?
LBW, original on-field decision is not out. I've checked the feed placement, and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
It's wonderful bowling, whatever happens.
Yeah,
Sadness missed it by a long way. Has it pitched outside leg?
It might be outside leg. And it's beaten him, and I think on the angle it's probably going to miss.
Okay.
I think this is hitting, but it's whether or not it's enough of the ball is pitched in line with leg.
Mm-hmm.
Or he's got a feather edge. Let's check ultra edge.
No, he's not hit it.
Okay, roll it through to the pad. We've got a gap between bat and ball. All the way through to the pad, please. Okay, if we can have a look at ball tracking when ready.
Ball has pitched a long way outside of leg.
Outside leg.
Gee, that's spun a long way, isn't it? Well bowled.
Original decision of not out.
But not out. Third umpire with First Mortgage Trust, FMT, trusted to protect and grow Kiwi nest eggs. New Zealand remain just 5 down. Santner comes forward, very watchful, pushing into the cover region, setting off, well judged, single. Santner, 4 off 8. Mitchell's 33 off 29. It's 224 for 5. One ball remaining in this, the 33rd over.
I think 2 from it. Beautifully bowled. It's final over.
Can he finish well? There's a attempted paddle sweep around the corner from Mitchell, who shuffled across the stumps, and he's looking to the umpire, asking why is that not a wide? Umpire Kudabra says, because you shuffled outside of off stump. It would have hit you if you were in your normal position. That is the end of the over. 224 for the loss of 5. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki continues after this.
The chemist Chemist Warehouse Boxing Day sale is on now. Find Good Health Blackmore's, Healtheries and Nature's
blow as it sails over the top of the Cameron Towers. Fernando is sent flying by the New Zealand captain. A sweet strike. 6. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
It's actually a gorgeous shot. He's gone across the ball. Is attempted to go across him. Satner's got outside off stump and hit the gun barrel straight over the top of the side screen to the second 11 game.
Hasaranga, I should have given you his figures. He's finished with 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 39. So he's gone at under 5 runs and over. He bowled 27 dot balls. Braces, brilliant stuff by the leg spinner. He needs support though. Fernando from over the wicket. Satner hitting, straight. 1 bounce, 4. Check drive with ferocity, 234 for 5. Satner quickly on to 14.
It's just 2 full balls he's been able to nail. Once again, tried to go and cross him, this time with a cross seamer. Satner's just leant into that. Stepped outside off stump again. Pummeled it down the ground with beautiful timing.
Just missed the length on the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade. Trying to York him, wasn't he? Wide Yorker.
Well, he's trying to avoid hitting to the shorter onside. Satner's going across the metre.
Satner, a 6 and a 4. What will the third bring? Again, shuffles. And a bottom edge as he tries to fetch a ball well outside of off. It would have been called wide if he left it alone, but he couldn't resist the temptation. A dot 4.
That's a good dot. He's gone really wide and back of a length that time. So offering a cut shot, really. Satner's targeted down the ground, so was unable to time it.
.234 for 5. Zita Fernando continues. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls in the slot, out towards deep backward point. 1 bounce, 4. He sliced it more than I thought initially. Had to reach a long way outside of off stump, but this is turning into a very good over for Mitchell Satner and New Zealand. 4 balls in. He's gone 6 for .4.
Yeah, that's well outside the wide line again. Satner's reached for it and sliced it backward a point. For a moment there, I thought he had nailed it down point's throat, but you're right, on the breeze and on the angle, he's managed to get it behind and into the gap between a wide third man and a backward square.
Just gone.
So the whole field indicates he's got to go across them. He cannot go straight at the stumps. If he does, I think Satner could put him right back on the bank.
This is the 34th over. Here's a low full toss and Satner misses out. He hits it too straight towards long on. A single. Takes New Zealand to 239 for 5. So there's that par score, 240. But it still feels, and this is hypercritical, still feels a little underwhelming considering where they were.
Yeah.
Or am I being a bit harsh?
No, I think you're right. From where they were going into the last 10.
Well, they were 143 for 1 in the 20th.
Yeah. So, in actual fact, they were on target for 280 plus.
37 overs aside, last ball of the 34th. Mitchell on strike. He's 33 off 30. He waits. He gets a full toss and he smashes it into the cover region, but finds Chiksana right on the boundary, on the inner circle. A single. Mitchell's just asking if that was over waist height. No, is the call. So 240 for the loss of 5. 3 overs remain. 18 legal balls available.
To be fair, Mitchell's asked for 3 wides and a waist high full toss.
What do you say? What do they say? If you ask, you shall receive. Well, he hasn't received anything other than no from both umpire Kettleborough and Corey Black. Fernando is now bowled 7 overs, 1 for 54. Chiksana's going to bowl. He's got 2 available. Linga could bowl 2. I doubt that will happen. Sri Lanka's bowled 3 overs.
You get the feeling that
Lianage, Braces has bowled 3 and Vikramasinghe has bowled just the 1. So, off spin from this, the members' end. Heading into the breeze will Mitchell. Long off, long on back. 3 on the offside. Very quick outside of off stump and a swing in the miss that it's gone past the keeper. No, it's going to be. I thought so. I didn't think there was anything on it. Not taken by Mendes. Behind the stumps. It was very wide of off stump. Just inside the black line indicating a legal ball. So bowler got that right. The keeper can't miss that. Braces?
No, you got to take that. He's just got too low on it. It's bounced on him. But it's pretty orthodox, really. And it's easy to see the line that he wants to bowl.
2-4-4 for 5. Slice, lofted drive's going to balloon out towards backward point. They've got 1. No is the call from Mitchell. 245 for 5.
It hung in the air for a long time there. Daryl Mitchell should have picked up 2 there. He's on the front foot shot. So he's two paces down once it's made a connection. So there's no reason why that shouldn't be 2.
John Bracewell providing expert commentary with class built for professional farmers. And Neil. Hope you're doing all right, Neil. We're with you, mate. In spirit. Braces ain't coming down to help you, though. Fat chance. 245 for 5. We're into the 35th of 37 overs. Santner's on 19. Chiksana goes around the wicket, low full toss, plenty of bottom hand from the New Zealand captain, hits it up towards long on. Good tumbling stop in front of us made by Windu Fernando. Replacement fielder.
Santner felt as though he could have done a lot more with that. He's 6 off 3 at the moment.
2-4-6 for 5. Mitchell deep in the crease, waits, powerfully driven, but straight to extra cover where the Sri Lankan skipper Asalanka fields. A run takes New Zealand to 247. 247 for 5.
Just that shot there worries me that there's a lot of runs in this wicket. Still left in this wicket. You know, it's an easy shot on the up. You just think, oof, you could chase anything. New Zealand going to have to bowl very, very well.
Well, that last over, the 34th, Braces, I'll wait for Chiksana because he's in again. Short, outside of off stump, crunched out towards deep cover. Catch taken very well by Vikramasinghe. Smart catch, had to move in about 5 or 6 metres and took it around shin height. Good catch sees the departure of Mitchell Santner, who goes for a swift 20 of 15. 246 for the loss of 7. Another Macca's I'm loving it moment in the field from Sri Lanka. We're delivering your Macca's favourite straight to your door.
He's read this very well.
Yes, very, very smart catch. So when we return, Nathan Smith will be out in the middle to join Daryl Mitchell.
Swing across to Mighty Mobile and get
New Zealand are 247 for the loss of 6. 34.5 overs have been bowled, and Nathan Smith arrives to the middle. He'll be on strike as Texana, the off spinner, will continue. Lovely catch by Vikramasinghe in the deep to see the back of Mitchell Santner. Of the two who were batting together, probably looked the most dangerous, didn't he? As Smith tries to hit uppishly, slices it out to deep cover. He's going to be caught first ball. He is! Again, another good running catch. Running in and taking this one around ankle height was Kamindu Mendez. Well done, Sri Lanka. The fielding has been very good. The catching, 247 for 7. Smith, been nice to know you. Got to go. Gone without scoring off one.
It's just gone wide, forcing Smith to try and hit down the ground. He sliced it out to the man at deep point. And he's got in 30 yards off the fence, taking a nice catch, diving in. All right, they're two very good catches, judging that. Cloudy sky.
Matt Henry arrives. A steady progression.
Yeah, wickets have hurt.
Arrivals and departures, like a train station. Yeah. To your point of New Zealand just haven't finished this innings well enough. The 34th over, where Santner took a liking to Fernando, that was the first over since the 22nd braces when New Zealand got more than 9 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't concern me as much as I think, as Jeremy pointed out, most of this has been batsman era, as opposed to pressure or anything in the surface that's indifferent, that's causing scoring to be difficult. And that concerns me when you're going to be defending a total.
Right, so we will see the start of the 36th over. And it will be Millinga, Sean Millinga back into the attack. Right arm over the wicket. Starts with a low full toss outside of off stump, drag to the onside, but only for a single. So I think we've put to bed the question of who will bowl. Be the second of the Sri Lankan bowlers to bowl 8. That's going to be Mahesh Texana, who's got very good figures now, 3 for 40 off 7 overs, and he'll be on a hat trick, won't he?
At some point,
if he bowls.
Ever again.
That's the analysis Neil's been hanging on for, isn't it? So that's why I listen to Sport Nation in the summer of cricket with trade staff, use our workers to get the job done. I'd be surprised if he said that, word for word. So Henry, who we do know is a good hitter, from the city end with mid-off coming up inside the circle. Henry tends to go onside, so 3 back on the boundary on the onside, from long leg up towards long on. Low full toss, past the bat into the pads. It's gone a long way off the pads and could have come back for 2, but Mitchell's decided, no. You stay down there, Matt. I'm the set player, 37 to my name. I'll do the hitting in the penultimate over. 249 for 7.
Yeah, it just shows how difficult this period has been, or how good Sri Lanka have been in this period, because Mitchell is 37 off 35. So his strike rate hasn't increased since he actually come to the crease. He stayed at around about that 100 and hasn't really been able to accelerate at any point. And that's come through the fact that they've lost wickets, so he's had to consolidate. But equally, to be fair to Sri Lanka, they bowled very well, very well.
Indeed, just as we were questioning them, describing them as a pop gun while the text line was, hit through mid-off. But again, very hard to get underneath the ball at that length, almost hitting the popping crease. You see just a single through mid-off. 250 is up for New Zealand, 250 for 7. Halfway through the 36th over. 37 over match after a delayed start. We didn't lose 2.5 hours. We were 2.5 hours late to start. We lost 2 hours of play. They added 30 minutes as they are able to. That's why we've landed on the number of 37. Mid-off will remain up inside the circle for Henry. He's yet to get off the mark. His second ball sees him. Smashing it up towards mid-off. It's going to be tight. Oh, but it was not taken. Matt Henry was on the back foot when he hit it. And it was going to be touch and go. But fortunately, Leo Nagay couldn't take it.
Actually, a good shot from Henry, because he's actually almost got yorked, but because he stayed back on the back foot, he's been able to get something on it. He's timed it to mid-off, hit it so well that the field was unable to gather it. But he had to scamper it, to be honest. Mitchell's got to get on strike.
2:51 for 7. Mitchell is on strike. He's on 38. He waits for the right arm quick, who bowls again. Very well bowled. Yorker, inside edge, I think onto the pad, and it's deflected to the keeper. Excellent stuff. Was that a little bit of a reverse swing?
Yeah, it's
interesting on the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have thought because it's such a lush outfield, but you can get the ball to angle.
With the low arm slot that he's released.
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
Yeah. Right, last ball of the over. 251 for 7. Mitchell waits, looks up, goes across the stump, scoops, but straight to short fine leg. He takes another catch, and Mitchell's mixed innings comes to an end. He's caught by Fernando. Regulation catch. He just took 2 or 3 paces outside the inner circle and held on to it. And fine reward for a very good over of death bowling from... Who was it? It was Malinga, of course.
Very smart bowling.
At the end of the over, 251 for the loss of 8. 1 over remains for New Zealand. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki continues after this. Nish Tiksana to bowl the last over, the 37th. He is on a hat-trick. He will be bowling to Matt Henry. From over the wicket, the off-spinner's in. He bowls, hit towards long off, lining up the catch. He's going to get a hat-trick. He has! Well taken by Nwindu Fernando, the substitute fielder.
I don't think he realised he's got a hat-trick.
Unless we've butchered it completely. What are they waiting for? Is he going to celebrate? Is he going to celebrate? Yes, he will now. He gets a warm embrace from his skipper. Delivery of the day, Mick Delivery, delivering your Macca's favourite straight to your door. Well done. Congratulations. Ramesh Tiksana, a hat-trick, and New Zealand have fallen away dramatically. Braces to 251 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, I think it's below par. New Zealand going to have to bowl very, very well. We know that this is a good chasing ground. Very difficult to defend. It's got a big test for this New Zealand bowling attack. To a certain extent, I think the batting lineup have butchered a great opportunity set up by Chapman and Ravindra. Really haven't been able to capitalise on it. Haven't played some of the smartest cricket, to be honest.
143 for 1 when in the 20th over. Tiksana now bowling to O'Rourke, who leans forward and pushes back to the bowler. Certainly not his strength is swinging and hitting.
Well, we don't know.
We love his attitude in Test cricket. He's a real fighter for New Zealand, but in a 37 over game, he can't have Will O'Rourke coming out to bat. Braces. Under the black mark. Swing and a miss outside of off stump. So wicket ... 251 it remains on the Dulux scoreboard. New Zealand 9 down.
It's the first time Will O'Rourke's been given a free licence.
Duffy's at the other end going, come on, Will. I'd like to swing hard too. He's yet to face the ball. Swinging hard and missing again, but that's a wide. Just pushing the boundary too much outside of off stump. Very quick through the air. Texano, who has 4 for 41. He's not getting greedy though, is he? He's not attacking the stumps. He's not thinking a fifer.
No, he knows that the miscues, the...
Again, outside of off stump, another swing, another miss by the New Zealand number 11. As Texano pushing it very quickly through at 99.9k. That wide. Previous ball has taken the score to 252 for the loss of 9. 2 balls remaining. 1 run off the last over so far. Texano bowls. O'Rourke will get a run. A slicing drive takes it back with a point. He's going to come back for 2. Good running. 2 New Zealand fast bowlers out with the bat. Come back for 2. So the last 17 balls, New Zealand have scored just 14 runs. That's under 5 runs and over, and have lost 4 wickets.
Great death bowling.
Yeah, no stats with Mighty 8. Swing across to Mighty Mobile. So, Will O'Rourke has 2 to his name. Duffy won't face the ball, you would think, because this is the last ball of the innings. Sri Lanka have fought back very, very well. Texano has big smile on his face. He's already picked up a hat-trick. He's in again looking for 5. He went full straight, went for the LBW. Little leg glance takes it to short, fine leg. A single to end the New Zealand innings. 255 for the loss of 9 after 37 overs. Sri Lanka will need 256 if they are to level the series at 1 apiece. And John Bracewell, as Sri Lanka leave, and the New Zealand pairing of Duffy and O'Rourke do the same, I'm sure it's the visitors are probably feeling happier with the 13 players out there.
I think Cole Mills will be doing the odds, and I would hazard a guess that Sri Lanka are favourites going into half-time. Given the history of this ground, the chasing ability that they have, the good match of left-handed, right-handers, going to put New Zealand under pressure. We saw nothing in the wicket at this stage to indicate that it's going to be difficult. Took a little bit of turn, but only really the wrong one. It turned a little bit and slowly. We saw seam earlier on. So that may be the big difference, is where the ball seams.
Let's just reflect on the New Zealand innings by giving our listeners the Dulux scoreboards. Worth Dulux. Young made 16. Rachin Ravindra made 79 off 63. 62 off 52. Chapman, so the top 3 performed. Mitchell made 38 off 38. Latham 1 off 1, he was run out. Phillips 22 off 26. Santner made 20 off 15. Smith was caught in the deep first ball without scoring. Henry was also caught in the deep for 1 off 3. Jacob Duffy didn't face a ball. O'Rourke had to face 5 balls in the last over, made 3. There were 13 extras, 255 for the loss of 9 on the Dulux scoreboards. New Zealand have been pegged back by 2 spinners. Hasaranga I thought was excellent braces, 2 for 39 off 8, while Texano finished with 4 for 44 off 8 overs, including a hat-trick spread over 2 overs.
Yes, and what do we know? We thought, what are they doing bowling the spinners on this surface? But as it turned out, they were their best bowlers. Bowled magnificently, avoided the short side for the majority of it, and actually changed their pace subtly.
The end of the over, 12 overs gone, 60 for the loss of 4 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chasing 256 for the win. Nasanka gone for 1, Fernando 10, Mendes 2. Sri Lanka the last to go, run out for 4. It was 22 for 4 at that stage in the 5th over. Earlier today, New Zealand made 255 for 9. A curious innings it was. They were 143 for 1 in the 20th over. Rain reduced, of course, and then sort of fell away. Ravindra made 79, 62 to Chapman. But we all felt the commentary. 255 for 9 was well short of what they could have got. 300 was very much on the cards for a while. credit Sri Lanka, they did bowl better as the innings went on. Their top order has not followed on from that. Followed on from what they delivered in Wellington. Substandard performance, 23 for 4 on that occasion. We had an 87-run partnership in Wellington for the 5th wicket. They need something even bigger here, 60 for 4. Now we've got two men. A catching fly slip as O'Rourke charges in, bowls 4, and that's a swing and a miss. That is eyes lighting up. There's one in my own half, braces. I'll swing hard and miss.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't call it a double bluff. I'd just call that a bluff.
And that would be the correct use. Jerry's looking at us going, what are those two? Thanks for listening to our commentary from Nelson, Jerry. Do appreciate it. 60 for 4 in the 13th.
He's not listening to a commentary now.
He's not even now. He's looking at his phone. He's got very large font on the phone. A bit wider of the crease and a very strange sort of front foot cut stroke. That's quite a full delivery. This guy's 6'6" and bowling a million miles an hour.
Yeah, it's almost like batting out of fear, to be honest. That's why they put in the two guys. They've now shifted one of them. Oh, no, they're both there. They're just signing autographs.
So Duffy's in line with maybe second slip, catching. Yeah. Then there's an orthodox third man who's Chapman. So they've put a very good fielder down there.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I like that too.
Yeah. A slip, a gully, and still two men behind point on the 30-metre circle as this one trails back in towards the right-hander who's backing away. And very well played in the end as the ball's gone straight down on the bounce to gully.
Yeah, and we'll explain the shot to Matt Henry that the left-hander played, which was basically trying to swat a really annoying fly off you or bee that you think's going to sting you. You got a fright, and you just flick it away. Get off me. I do not want to be stung there again.
O'Rourke goes wider of the crease, angling in and around chest height. That's well played, getting hands out of the way, but good bowling. It's quick.
I just like the angle that O'Rourke bowls to anyone who wants to stay. He chases them to a certain extent, not allowing that room. But the ramp will come, and I'm not quite sure that Duffy is back far enough, even though he's not allowed to go any further back.
This is a one-day game, right? Yeah. There's two men in front of square. Mid-off and mid-on. We're all behind the wicket. The right-hander waits. O'Rourke bowls fast, hitting high on the bat. The splice of the bat, he drops it into the offside, and there's a comfortable single to be had. One more remaining in the 13th over at 61 for the loss of 4, chasing 256 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day. My last message from Neil, because I'm off after this. Andy texted and told him to blame the farmer.
Yeah.
Hello, Andy. I just took your advice and blamed the farm owner. It didn't go that well, as my wife didn't accept responsibility. And to be fair, I was the one who put the pods up against the fence line. Andy, I will not be listening to your advice again, Andy. That's from Neil. Well done, Neil. Thanks for playing a part. Round the wicket and a player miss. Trying to slog the ball over cover was Kamindu Mendes. Very testing over from Will O'Rourke after 13, chasing 256. Sri Lanka 61 for the loss of 4 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. After this break, Tom Bartlett's going to jump in.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on it. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ.
Sri Lanka 61 for 4 after 13 overs. They need 256 to keep the series alive. They lost game 1 in Wellington by 9 wickets. And unless the two at the crease can start to resurrect the Sri Lankan innings, they're going to find themselves 2-0 down in a 3-game series. So Nathan Smith is going to continue. First over cost him 4. Kamindu is on 20, and he is at the non-strikers end. Nanaj is on 17, And it's Smith continuing from the members end. He's got one slip and he still has that fly slip in place. And it's defended by the right-hander. Played into the offside and there is no run. 61 for 4.
It's a lovely length that from Nathan Smith, pinning him back, hitting top of off stump if anything. Not allowing the batsman to get on the front foot to hit down the ground, but also not giving him enough length to be able to get under the ball and ramp it. Got to take a risk to score. Just stick there for a while, Nathan Smith.
Leonago waits again for the right arm Smith, and he plays this one late. Guides it down to third man. Fielding's done by Chapman, and there is one run for him. He's up to 18. Sri Lanka 62 for 4. They need 194 more to win from 142 runs. That's on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
What a lovely run-up, Nathan Smith. It really hits the crease with pace. No de-acceleration. Just hits there. He's got beautiful timing of it. He's going to turn into a really good international cricketer, I think. Just give him a decent run at it.
Left-handed Kamindu's on strike, and this time he's playing this one to point. There's a dive to the left from Phillips. Cuts it off. Good bit of fielding. 62 for 4.
I really like those 2 points for the length that New Zealand want to bowl. And the fact that the Sri Lankans want to stay that leg side of the ball and give themselves room to be able to side the ball at times, and then if they get it over length, they'll hit it over the top of either mid-off or mid-on. But they certainly want to stay one side of the ball.
Smith also the left-hander, hits it in the air, chipped it high, it's over the top of of Duffy's head, pitches and spins and then hits the rope at long on. So it's 4 runs to Kamindu, who's up to 24. Nice looking shot. And Sri Lanka 66 for 4. Was in the air a long time. No real chance for Duffy to get back and take a catch, but very much ended up being a retrieval mission for him.
No, but that's that one. He's just waiting for some sort of length to get under it to go down the ground. It's really just wedged it, but it's had enough control and enough distance.
.24 for Kamindu Mendes, 66 for 4. This time playing it late, and again those points are in play. It's Phillips who's at backward point.
Phillips got the yips. That's about the third throw that he's basically thrown at Tom Latham. He nearly missed them. He's now thrown that one. So he's about 100 yards, he's about 10 yards off him. And he's sort of gone, oh.
The thing is, he knows what he knows he's doing something. He's sort of hiding his face in his hands. Here's Smith bowling to Mendes again. This one's collected by Phillips and throws it back successfully to Tom Latham, and they're laughing about it on the field at the end of the over. 14 bowled, 14 of 37, 66 for 4. Sri Lanka need 256 to win.
Extraordinary. The game of extraordinaries is continuing.
It had a bit of everything, this one, hasn't it? It certainly has. Lights taking over at Seddon Park as the daylight fades. Great facility here, of course, with the 4 towers and the outfield quick. And it's going to be O'Rourke to continue. And its first ball is short. Again, he's tried to play that ramp shot, even though Duffy's down at that fly slip on the boundary and there is another conventional third man. Still happy to play the shot.
There's almost a case for Duffy come up to first slip and Mitchell come back. So you get your best catches where the catch is likely to go.
Certainly doesn't feel like at the moment that Mitchell's going to get a catch at the at the conventional position of slip and gully in place Duffy all the way on the boundary, but effectively directly behind Daryl Mitchell, who's at first slip. Here's O'Rourke again bowling. This one's clipped through mid-wicket. Of course, there's nobody forward of square on the onside, and that will trickle out to the boundary for 4. I suppose that's what the result can be if you stray on your length. clipped away 70 for 4.
Yes, no need to go really at the stumps with the full one unless he's trying to york him there, and he probably is. Seeing if he can get one under the bat. Just missed by a fraction and clipped away to the vacant area. So Mitchell now comes out of slip, which was pretty much going to be redundant with the length he was bowling.
Mitchell's gone just forward a square to where the ball, previous one, went in the air. Then Igo waits again. He is on 22. So Rourke bowls to him. It's wide of off stump, and he's thrown the hands at it. It's gone through to Latham.
And you've got to think these things through, that if he is going to go full, then you need to have that cover. And that cover actually becomes a wicket-taking option because you can't play that free shot. So it brings the Yorker back into play, but he only had to get something on that. So it's a far more sensible position.
Still the point, backward point, gully, Duffy down at fly slip, and the conventional third as O'Rourke bowls. And again, batsman's trying to raise it up over those slips, even though there's a man down there. Trying to get enough bat on it, I suppose, to carry the fence. I suppose he's going to play the shot, Braces. He's backing himself to clear both of them men on the boundary.
Yeah, well, to 130 to 140 Ks, you know that probably you only have to get a touch on it and it's going to fly. But I think there are other options available to him as well.
Yanage waits, the right-hander, as O'Rourke comes into him. And he's trying to play the same shot to same length, same line, just no contact, and he's smirking at the crease, the batsman. 70 for 4, the score remains.
Just every time that happens, it chews up another ball, doesn't it? So it adds more and more to the pressure of the scoreboard. And then all of a sudden, you're likely to go, oh, I've got to try something else. You're going to splice it, it's going to go straight in the air, and you're going to have an easy catch. If he got across and got inside the line of the ball, he's got open field on the onside for the pull shot if he wants to line himself up with it.
Last ball of the O'Rourke over. This one's down the leg side. It's been taken down the leg side by Latham. Well, the New Zealanders look to be celebrating that. The batsman's just rubbing his backside as if it's been clipped. It didn't sound woody, Braces. Been taken, well taken by Latham down the leg side, but not sure whether it's hit any bat.
No, but he's either bluffed the New Zealand side by immediately going to his backside and go, oh, that stung.
No review as...
Which was quite clever.
No review, and that ends the 15th over. 70 for 4 Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
SENZradio.nz.
Over the boundary for 6 runs. There was a lot of width there for Kaminda Mendes to play that shot, and he rocked back and threw the hands at it, hit it in the air, over backward point for 6. It's 78 for 6 as we look on the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade. 78 metres and well over the boundary too.
Yeah, whereas O'Rourke is going back at the batsman and cramping him for room. This has gone across him and it's given him that space to be able to free his arms just had to get something on it, which he did. Flew away for 6.
78 for 4 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day. What's the response from Smith? And again to Mendes, slightly squared up, plays it just forward of square to Michael Bracewell, who's on the field, and there is no run. The run rate required up to 8.28 for Sri Lanka. 256 is the target.
I don't want to be smart about Mitchell Satner and say it's about time he had a bowl, because he's actually warming up.
Because it is about time he had a bowl.
Because he's realised it's about time he had a bowl.
We're into the 16th over of the innings. Kamindu 32. Leonage is on 22. Still a slip in place for Nathan Smith as Kamindu Mendes waits, and he's struck on the body. And into the gully. Phillips does the fielding. There is no run at 78 for 4.
Yeah, if he hits that same length that Matt Henry hits consistently, which he can do, he's quick enough and nippy enough off the deck to be very, very useful, but he just hasn't learnt that discipline of being able to hit there consistently for a spell.
I suppose that's the lessons of international cricket. You can kind of get away with it in the domestic game, but
yeah, exactly
here it's
right.
a bit more unforgiving. Smith, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. He swings across the line. It's it on the bounce. Oh, there's a juggle out on the fence by Ravindra at deep square. Hit it well, but it was always quite low, so it was never going to carry to Ravindra. As we look again on the Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade, Ravindra coming in, got a little bit of an awkward bounce coming in from deep square, and then they get through for 1 at 79 for 4.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if fielding right on the boundary. Sometimes you've got to work out the zone that you can get forward and back from.
He's having to come in almost at quite the reaction on his body suggests that he was not quite where he needed to be. Last ball of the over, bowled by Smith, catches the outside edge, tried to drop the hands of the right-handed Leonage, and he's out. He's out for 22. Nathan Smith has his first wicket. Sri Lanka 79 for 5.
I think they challenged it, have they?
Well, that umpire is going to signal.
I think the other batsman went down and said, you've got to challenge that. You're the last of our batters.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for a catch behind.
Third umpire with First Mortgage Trust, FMT, trusted to protect and grow Kiwi nest eggs.
Check the feet placement, and it's a fair delivery. Can have a look at front on, please.
Smith leaves the field for a quick break. He's confident. It looks like a deviation.
I don't think it's hit anything else. We're looking on the Bunnings Trade replay. Thanks to Bunnings Trade. Just tried to drop the gloves, but he hasn't been able to get down fast enough, and that's hit the edge of the bat. Big spike on the ultra edge, and that is the end of Leonage.
Out.
Confirmation.
You're on screen now, Richard.
Kettleborough confirms the wicket is confirmed. Partnership's broken.
Smith was 50. Yeah, Smith was so confident he just left the field to go for a water break, so he wasn't worried about it. You think when you're starting out your international career, you want to have a look at that on replay and get another slap on the back and have your hair mussed up again.
So wicket falls, batsman departs. We will take a drinks break here at Seddon Park. Sri Lanka 79 for 5, the target 256. is a problem on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day. Chamindu 33, Kamindu 33, and Chamindu is the new man out in the middle after the dismissal of Leonage.
Far easier for you to say, Tom.
It is. I'll take that. One of the few compliments I'll get from you, John Bracewell, so I'm happy to take it. Will O'Rourke continuing after the drinks break from the city end, bowling to the left-hander who plays a extravagant-looking drive to a foolish delivery, but it was so wide. Corey Black, umpire at the city end with the arms outstretched. 80 for 5. O'Rourke will have to start the over again. Looking on the Bunnings trade replay, thanks to Bunnings trade, ball well outside the black line, the black guide line. I didn't actually think it was a guideline. I just thought it was a line if it's beyond it, it's a wide. But
no, it's a guideline. Still a little bit of swing there.
O'Rourke into his 4th over. No wicket for 12. Round the wicket to the left-hander again, and he's playing defensively back down the offside of the wicket. O'Rourke does the fielding. And there's no run. 80 for 5. 176 more to win. 125 balls to do it. A summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it. Hot deals on Suzuki wheels.
I like the rhythm of O'Rourke. He's obviously played a little bit of cricket, but not a lot of cricket. Coming out of the Test series, probably had a bit of a rest. Did a bit of recovery work, back into the gym for a while.
Made such an impression on this ground at the end of last year. Foolish delivery that Kamindu tries to whip away. It's an inside edge, I think, onto the pads, and then takes a single behind square. He's 33. 81 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
To me, it'd be fair to say he's had 2 Test matches here, and both of them he's made a huge impression. The South African series, when he was introduced into Test cricket, we all went, wow, what's this? And then to back it up again against England, where he bowled one of the most hostile spells I've seen from a New Zealand bowler in a long, long time, if ever. And I genuinely thought he put the frighteners up England for a spell there, and they didn't want to know about it. Hence, Satner picked up 4 wickets cheaply on the back of it.
He's got a new batsman in his sights. Round the wicket to the left-handed Wickramasinghe. This is just glanced off the hip. Latham dives across to his left. Can't quite get it, and it's 4 runs. So Chamindu Wickramasinghe off the mark with a boundary. 85 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Yeah, just got this one a little bit too straight. Just able to get a little touch down the leg side. Tom Latham had no show of getting across from that angle coming around the wicket. It's a long, long way to go.
85 for 5 Sri Lanka. 171 more to win. 123 balls remaining on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It's Will O'Rourke. Round the wicket from the city end. Bowls to Wickramasinghe. He's guided this one to the right of the diving Phillips at backward point. Taken one. There's a bobble from Nathan Smith down at 3rd man, but it doesn't cost any more than the single. 86 for 5 on that Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
Good pace from Nathan Smith, getting around, cutting that down to 1.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. Delayed start to this game, but New Zealand 37 overs, 255 for 9, and Sri Lanka 86 for 5 in reply as Will O'Rourke. Round the wicket again. This one's full face from Kamindu. Diving stop from Mitchell Satner at mid-off prevents the ball probably going down to the boundary for 4. And there is 1 run to Sri Lanka. It is 87 for 5.
Beautiful move. Beautifully moved from Mitchell Satner across there, cutting off a sure 4. Beautiful piece of fielding, allowing O'Rourke to go full. This is going to be an interesting ball, this one.
Chamindu Wickramasinghe on strike.
Will O'Rourke can get one in the right place.
Round the wicket again to the left-hander is O'Rourke, and it's that awkward armpit height, and he has to jump up and fend it to behind square on the onside, and the fielding is done by Mark Chapman. End of the over. 17 have now been bowled in the Sri Lankan innings, and on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, Sri Lanka 87 for 5. They need 256. The equation, 169 more runs to win. from 120 balls. Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki. NZ drive it home with Suzuki.
So Mitchell Satner's going to have a bowl. Nice to see. Just have a look at the field. He's going to set for himself. 2 left-handers. So they'll be hitting with the spin to the big part of the ground, the biggest part of the ground. So captain's choice. Smart move. Bring himself on this end, which is the old Tim Southey end. And now they're reverted back to the pavilion end.
3 players out on the boundaries on that onside. Long on, deep mid-wicket, and his square leg. A sweeper on the offside. Satner over the wicket to the left-hander. Goes back and is beaten into the gloves of Latham. 87 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
I really thought the Sri Lankan spinners bowled very well tonight. Given that you would have thought that having won the toss, their seamers would make a big play. The spinners really were the most effective bowlers.
Just a little delay as Tom Latham the stumps back together again. He's got the bail on, but not quite sure whether it's... He's got umpire Corey Black's come over to give him a hand. And they're all looking at the sparkly stumps. Didn't have sparkly stumps back in your day, did they, Braces?
They certainly didn't have sparkly stumps.
I often think of you when I see the sparkly stumps. I don't know why, but nephews have got sparkly stumps. When they blow up, I always think John wouldn't like that. Here's Satner over the wicket to the left-handed Kamindu. He's playing this one to Phillips, who's a short mid-wicket moving to his right. 87 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day. The equation getting more and more difficult for Sri Lanka. 169 more to win. 118 balls remaining, but they've only got 5 wickets in hand. Kamindu 35. Chamindu Wickramasinghe, the new man, he's on 5. And it's the New Zealand skipper operating from the members' end. Throws this one up and it's driven down the ground by Kamindu Mendes to Ravindra at long on. Single. 88 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
It just shows you the immediate spectrum of Mitchell Satner's pace. He's bowled one at 82 and the next one he's bowled at 95. So he has an enormous sort of range of variation. If you had a look at the Sri Lankans, they generally worked in almost a 5K range.
He's working in like a 20K range.
Yeah, he does.
Difficult to know when he's going to throw in an 82.
Yeah, or a 74.
Wickramasinghe, left-hander. Thrown right up by Satner, driven by Mitchell to come
might have just done it.
Let's have a look at. We'll have a look at that one when it registers. 80.
There you go.
Not quite 70, but not far off. Obviously. Wickramasinghe waits again for Satner. A little bit quicker, but flatter. Played down the onside of the wicket by the batsman. Satner does his own fielding. 88 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. 1 ball left to Satner's first over, which has so far cost him just 1 run. In, throws it up, heaved over the short mid-wicket, and that will go out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Nice looking shot from Chamindu Wickramasinghe. Got one that was floated up just a little bit more, and he took to it over mid-wicket. 92 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
SENZ Radio.
Flexible workforce. We're at Seddon Park in Hamilton. Game 2 of the 3-game ODI series. New Zealand and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka chasing 256, a 92 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Here's Willow Rourke bowling to the left-handed Kamindu Mendes, who gets one at an awkward height, but then manages to play it down. And Will Young does the fielding in the gully, and there's no run.
Once again, that's that ball tucking him up. Seeing a nice shot on the TV looking out towards the west. Beautiful sunset. So all that weather's been cleared away. It's a lovely, lovely evening. It looks as though the wind's died down too.
Yeah, sensational evening in Hamilton. Forecast is good for Auckland for the third ODI on Saturday. Hoping for a big crowd for that game, but will it be a series decider? Sri Lanka are going to need to find something from their mid to lower order to do so. They still require in excess of 160 runs here, so a lot of work to do. Kamindu Mendes and Chamindu Wickramasinghe. This one's driven up and then edged down to Smith at third man on the bounce from Mendes. 93 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
It's just little things that I like to keep an eye on. Just the engagement of a fielder. Now, Nathan Smith, that ball went flat and quick. He picked that up really early and nearly attacked it. He realised that he couldn't get to it, but he actually was really engaged in that shot. So he hasn't come down to third man to have a rest. He's staying engaged in the game. You've got to keep an eye on those little things that give you that teamness.
Here's O'Rourke again. This one is played. A couple of bounces to Chapman doing the fielding at square leg. Off the hip again. It's a bit of a wild throw from Chapman. Tom Latham really has had to move around at wicketkeeper to collect that. 93 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Chamindu Mendes 37. Chamindu Wickramasinghe is on 9. The rate is up to 8.81. And Will O'Rourke still making it awkward, isn't he, Braces, for the Sri Lankan batsman?
Yeah, they don't like it. They certainly don't like the ball coming back at them.
Round the wicket, this time to Wickramasinghe. Again, it's that awkward hide, and he's playing it down on the onside. Fielding is done by Matt Henry. Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Catch it, hot deals on Suzuki wheels. Will O'Rourke into his 5th over, no wickets for 20. So unsuccessful in terms of wickets, but it's just providing stern examination of Kamindu Mendes and Chamindu Wickramasinghe. Mitchell still on at slip. Will Young's at gully. Glenn Phillips at backward point. Ravindra forward of point. Fended this time by Wickramasinghe. Wants a single, but Ravindra's in from forward of point to do the fielding. And there's no run at 93 for 5. 1 ball left. No, that's the end of the over. 19 have been bowled. Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with... Oh, there is a ball to drive it home with Suzuki. There's a ball to go. Took his jersey, then he gave it back. I was away with Suzuki. I was driving home.
Facing the motorway.
Double lane, Hamilton to Auckland.
Yep.
Not sure we're driving the Swift, though, are we? We're something else. 93 for 5 with a ball to go. Here he is, O'Rourke, round the wicket to the left-handed Chamindu Wickramasinghe. This one's down the leg side, and it'll be a wide, so we'll have to do another one. I'm still not driving home with the Suzuki.
Only 2 to go now.
Yeah, only two to go. The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Driving it home with Suzuki. 94 for 5. We'll get them done in the same, right? Here's O'Rourke. Round the wicket. This one is played from the crease to Phillips, who's at backward point, and there will be no run as he fires it back to Latham. I think Latham's calling for some new gloves. That's the end of the over on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It's 94 for 5. They're chasing 256 for the win. Welcome back to Seddon Park. Sri Lanka need 162 more runs to win from 108 deliveries. The 94 for 5. They're chasing 256. And Mitchell Satner, the New Zealand captain, has the ball in his hand at the members' end. The left-handed Kamindu Mendes, who's on 37 weights, leg-sided and tries to guide it down that leg side, but O'Rourke's at short fine leg and there's no run. 94 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. What's the play here, Braces, from Sri Lanka? What do they do to up their rate, considering the required rate is now over 9?
Well, at some stage they've got to break out and target somebody.
Satner bowls to Mendes, plays it to a diving mid-wicket. Good bit of work there. And hobbling back is Phillips into position. They've just landed awkwardly.
Thankfully he decided not to throw it in.
Yeah, it has been erratic, I think is a fair and diplomatic word to describe some of the throws from Glenn Phillips tonight. He's enjoying it, but not so much that aspect. That's short and pulled this time by Mendes, but there's a player at deep backward square. Off the fence comes Matt Henry, and they take one. 95 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
This is a time for Mitchell Satner to be real smart about making sure he gets out of his over when he starts it so well. So he's gone for 1 off 3. So how does he go for no more than 3 off the next 3?
7 or so over. Sri Lanka only going at 4.67. It is slowed. Here's a short ball and goes back and punching on the offside through cover. The left-handed Chamindu Wickramasinghe. It's going to be cut off by Mark Chapman, and they will get home for 2. It's 99 for 7. 97 for 5, rather.
And the way to do that is to make sure you get hit to your field. You don't necessarily need to buy 2-3 overs of this from Satner and the game's all over, because you're so far behind it and they can't target him.
Wickramasinghe waits again for Satner. Turns this one just behind square and will take 1. 98 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
So this is a big ball. He goes for another 1 and you go, now that's a really good over. And then all of a sudden your run rate starts to escalate by 2, 3, 4 runs and over.
Mendes. It's again for Satner. This one's leg-sided.
Yeah,
He'll take another single behind square. Cut off by O'Rourke, but they'll get 1 to end the over. 20 overs have now been bowled. Sri Lanka chasing 256, a 99 for 5. Kamindu Mendes is on 39. Chamindu's on 12.
Stay connected to SENZ no matter where you are or what you're doing. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at SENZ_radio, or catch up with all the latest sports news on our website, senzradio.co.nz. You'll never miss a moment from the SENZ team.
Batters' pads, gloves and helmet are their first line of defence. Unprotected, they're exposed to every delivery. Your home is no different, and that's where Dulux Weather Shield has you covered. Sun, rain, wind,
Summer of cricket coming to you from Seddon Park in Hamilton this evening with Suzuki. Catch it, hot deals on Suzuki wheels. Suzuki are paying attention. I think Bartlett wants a Swift. And that's what I was picking up. Jeremy Coney's joining me, providing expert commentary with class built for professional farmers. New Zealand massively on top, Jerry. Sri Lanka are 99 for 5. Chasing 156. This gives an indication of how far behind they are. Duckworth, Lewis, Stern. The target they'd have to be 5 down is 154. So the 55 runs behind, and here's runs down uppish, wide of the gully. Who's Phillips, not far away from Phillips. We all know how good he is in that region as Smith's back into the attack, replacing Will O'Rourke. And the 100 is up for Sri Lanka. 100 for the loss of 5. Chasing 256. Lost Nasanka for 1. Avishka Fernando for 10. Kusal Mendes made 2. Sri Lanka, this give a run out for 4. And the last to go, Janeth Yenage, gone for 22. Wicket takers for New Zealand. 2 to Duffy in his opening spell. 1 to Henry in that opening spell. And Nathan Smith is in his 4th over. Has 1 for 19. Tight to off stump, defending to the offside is Wickramasinghe, and there's no run.
Yeah, Sri Lanka have never quite got into a rhythm of the batting to try and to chase this down at the moment. They may do that yet, but they're going to have to play extraordinarily well and rather differently than we've seen so far in this innings. But they've always stayed slightly leg side of the ball. No one has got really inside the line of any bowler yet and tried to get the ball down to the leg side.
21st over, Smith wider of the crease, and there's a swipe that will slice off the bat, balloon over the cover. Find the grass, a single, ugly looking single. 101 for the loss of 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
Lots of dot balls that they haven't scored from, and then they've played a big shot, and that's really the way that they've chased this target, because I think they've just been a bit uncomfortable, you know, and a wee bit anxious about the bounce, and it's close to them and it's at them a bit. And you don't get that kind of bowling in Sri Lanka, or have the ball that close to your body.
Smith in again, bowling and defending from the crease line into the gully region, and there will be no run. That's the 82nd dot ball of the innings.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and that's the way the innings has looked right from the start, really, when the ball has swung a little bit from Duffy and nipped around quite a lot from Henry's end as well, and that they've never established, as I say, just a routine way of going about and breaking the field up and picking their runs up from there where it's much more comfortable. Haven't done that yet.
Smith is operating from the city end, past umpire Black for very wide of the crease, gets a ball to leap off a length, and it's gone into the gully region with no real control, luckily for Kamindu Mendes.
It is.
Hasn't gone in the air.
They've had the deliveries bounce at them a bit more alarmingly than they usually do. None of the Sri Lankan bowlers were able, the medium fast bowlers are able to get that up around the sort of the tummy area.
Smith moves past the umpire once more. Here's a towering blow towards some mid-wicket. One running in, one running back. Mitchell running back had no hope. He was looking to Chapman, asking for help. It was too far for Chapman to come in from deep square leg. And Nathan Smith looks quite annoyed as that one finds the grass as well. I'll come back for a couple. The end of the over. Thoughts of Jeremy Coney after this very short break. It's 103 for the loss of 5.
Stay connected to SENZ no matter where you are or what you're doing. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at SENZ_radio.
Sport Nation with trade staff. Use our workers to get the job done. 103 for the loss of 5. Daryl Mitchell, who was involved with that mischance last ball the previous over, is into the attack. Right, our medium pacer. He'll be bowling from the members' end, away from us. Slightly angled approach. Bouncing in from over the wicket. Bowls full effort ball. Well, grunt anyway. Pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run. Wasn't the most convincing attempt from the retreating mid-wicket. It's not an easy catch. No, trying to sight it over your shoulder in the light.
It was certainly very high. There's no doubt about that. And he didn't really ever look secure or thought this fieldsman is comfortable under that catch. And I think he was looking to the man on the boundary, really, to say, it's yours. You come in and take that. I've got no chance.
He looked away to Chapman, but Chapman just had too much ground to make up. Full, driven up towards mid-off. There's going to be no run. Santner's positioned.
I'm not sure entirely why he's bowling now, to be honest. I would have thought that Santner was doing a reasonable job.
Seaming around so much?
And the ball is seaming? Yeah, well, then bring them back then. You know, put them out of the game completely.
Santner none for 10 off his 2 overs. Mitchell from over the wicket. Was full. Driven straight into the pitch and bouncing up to Young in the cover. There will be no run.
It's kind of the first time we've seen the Sri Lankans confidently getting onto the front foot to play a shot from there. They've generally not moved their feet too much and looked to hang back in the crease, and as always, leg side of the ball.
Finally up inside the circle, so deep square long leg protecting the onside, backing away, hitting high to mid-off, extra cover going back. Oh, and he's dropped it. Santner's catch, I think this is myself, Jeremy Coney, but it was Will Young who bravely tried to get underneath it, but never looked assured, and he's dropped a second catch this innings. And
definitely
104
Santner.
for 5.
Definitely Santner's catch. He was back at mid-off, coming around quite comfortably, easier to, rather than back-pedaling the whole way that Young was doing. But once he committed himself, it made it very difficult for Santner to overrule him, really. But it needed a quick look and for them to make decisions with each other.
104 for 5 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, with the outside of off stump trying to drive on the up, hitting low on the bat, bombing away past the bowler for a single. 105 for the loss of 5. I've just seen the Bunnings Trade replay. He would be, this is Mitchell Santner, 1.5 meters, 2 meters behind Will Young. Could have easily called him off. Just need to be loud.
Yeah.
He's not the loudest of individuals. And he's backpedaling, what, 10, 15 metres there, Young? Santner's just sitting and watching. Bunnings Trade replay, thanks to Bunnings Trade. Mitchell, short and wide outside of off stump. Thrashing the ball, but finding Young at extra cover, who fires the ball in. After 22 overs, chasing 256, Sri Lanka are 105 for 5.
Stay connected to SENZ no matter where you are or what you're doing. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at SENZ_radio, or catch up with all the latest sports news on our website, senzradio.co.
Here's a sparkling stroke, upper shoulder, backward point, but that area is protected by Rachin Ravindra, who gets the ball away quickly. Jerry bounce throws above top of the bars. Gee, we've seen some interesting sort of throwing from New Zealand.
Yeah, well, that was a good throw, wasn't it? That was a nice bounce throw back in, straight over the bails to Tom Latham, but there has been, you're right, very strange throws coming back in.
Especially when there's no
pressure on it.
No pressure. No one's taking a run, but as is the way in modern cricket, you've got to fire it back to the keeper. He's been diving all over the place. Smith in again, looking to angle across, but very straight and playing with a straight bat is Wickramasinghe to the onside. Smith does the fielding. I know he had a side strain. I don't know if the director from the coaching team. Let's give him an on-field fitness test. We'll have him diving left, right, up, down, under. It's been a tricky night from keeping too. We've seen a lot of balls swing after they've gone past the stumps. Wickramasinghe is tied up. Good line and length from Smith. Once more turned into the onside, no run.
That's good though from Smith, isn't it? That's the kind of line. He's not giving any width outside the off stump, and it's not of a length that Wickramasinghe feels he can drive. Perhaps he could play into the leg side a little bit, but there's a man behind point. Behind square on the leg side.
It's Chapman. There's also a long on, deep point, third man. Once more, nothing there for the left-hander, who turns a ball going over the top of off stump to the onside. No run. He remains on 14 of 22. The required rate, 10.59 runs from here. Sri Lanka are to level the series at 1-1. .256 is the target. Still Hasaranga Malinga, Texana and Fernando to come. Hasananga played a good knock in Wellington, didn't he? I think he made 30 or 40. Here's a beauty from Smith, goes past the outside edge, and just as we were discussing, Jeremy, it swings a long way after it goes past off stump. Latham does well to take. The end of the over, Sri Lanka are 106 for the loss of 5, chasing 256. 23 of the 37 overs have been bowled. Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with trade staff. Use our workers to get the job done. 106 for the loss of 5, chasing 256. And Daryl Mitchell will have a second over. He went for 2 runs. Should have had a wicket too, but Will Young spills a steepler at extra cover. From over the wicket he bowls. Short outside of off stump, but it's pulled away savagely. Through wideish mid on, out of the fence for 4. Will O'Rourke can't get across to cut it off. Well played by Mindu Mendes, who moves to 48.
Yeah, he's going to go for a few here, I think. This is certainly what you were about to suggest, wasn't it? That Sri Lanka, being so far behind, they're going to attack the medium pace. And the
eyes lighting up.
Yes.
Especially if he bowls that length. He goes fuller, driven powerfully back past the bowler for 4. That's a good shot. It's a sweet shot. Good knock from Kamindu Mendes. He's 52, half century off 58 balls. Man who's been brilliant in Test cricket, sort of figuring out a way in one-day internationals. It's just his second 50 in one-day internationals, and this is his 15th innings.
Yeah, he's had to work pretty hard for it, hasn't he? Remember, he went through an over or 2 from Matt Henry where he just couldn't lay bat on the ball at all, as you know, it was just seaming around, and he was just smiling, saying, what do I do with that, as he looked back at his partner at the non-striker's end. But since then he's handled things a little better, and now he's earned the right in a way to play the medium pacer, and he can sort of cash in a bit more. Field hither and yon, a long off goes back, long on is back as well.
Mitchell continues from over the wicket, angling across, a little bit of shape back into the left-hander, but he punches the ball sweetly off the back foot through cover. 53 to Kamindu Mendes, and it's 115 for the loss of 5. Twelve 4s, 3 6s in this total so far. I'll need a few more of those. 256 the target. Required rate around 10.5. Mitchell, shorter, cut away to backward point. That could be 4 more. Great dive. Is that Chapman?
Yes, it is.
Roadrunner across and then sliding on his chest, using his weaker right hand to keep it in the field of play. And just how quickly Jeremy got to his feet to return the ball. How many did they get? 2?
Yes, it's great outfielding, isn't it? And then just, did he manage to keep off the Toblerone? We'll stop for this, I'm sure.
Have a good long
look. As he
look.
slid along kind of parallel to that, the boundary. Did he manage to keep everything away from it?
Look at his right elbow.
Be a shame if it is a boundary, because it's been a terrific piece of fielding, a great bit of athleticism. He's got to get rid of that quickly. Oh dear, it's hard to tell from that angle, isn't it?
I will say it has been saved. It's not the greatest of angles. We're sort of on the Bunnings Trade replay. Thanks, Bunnings Trade was sort of behind. Chapman outstretched, right arm.
This is a better angle here.
You call it, Jerry.
Well,
go on. I know you've been waiting for this.
No, not
your whole broadcasting.
Sliding, yes, sliding through. The right hand does the saving. He's still inside the boundary. The back foot is still clear. It's just the elbow. It's clear from the hand. Now, It's difficult, isn't it? Because then he pushes it again.
Benefit of the doubt. Such a good effort from Chapman.
Yeah, the Russian judge.
Yeah, it's probably scratching the Toblerone.
Says call in the drone.
To get out the ruler. Can we get VAR to draw some lines? Long wait. I told you it was fine, Jerry.
Yeah.
Brilliant fielding. 2 runs. 117 for 5.
Was too.
Vikramasinghe to 16 off 24. It was a nice stroke. Mitchell's conceded 11 off this over. 2 balls remain. That's a much better line. Targeting that off stump. He's presented a bit of width this over. Never a good idea at his pace. Pushed into the covers, won't be a run.
Not too much happening for all Mitchell can really do. There's no swing, there's no seam for him. He hasn't quite got the pace, so therefore not the bounce as well. He's not quite as tall as people like O'Rourke and so on. So all he can do really is change the angle of delivery on the crease and then the pace itself.
Drags the length down, slower ball, so it takes a while to arrive to the left-hander. Just drops it at his toes. The end of the 24th over, chasing 256. Sri Lanka 117 for 5.
Stay connected to
Hurry in.
Sport Nation live from Seddon Park. I forgot where I was for a second there. 117 for 5. Yeah. I am, he is. Smith starts a new over, and he's played away through point from the crease line by Mindu Mendes, who moves to 54. Another good bounce throw from Rachin Ravindra. It was being keenly observed by Jeremy Coney in Wellington. Should we have an update on bank cricket? Oh. It's all over. It's over. The box has been taken.
Right.
It's nowhere to be seen.
Time.
The umpire's gone home. Time has been called. What a great game of cricket it was. Would have been 30, upwards of 30, 40 kids playing at one time. Thanks for the entertainment. Smith bowls full, and it's driven through mid-on out to the sweeper for a single as Vikramasinghe goes to 17. It's 119 for the loss of 5.
It's been quite a decent spell from Smith from the far end, hasn't it? Since he's changed around there, he's found that length and hasn't allowed the batsman to get underneath him and hit him down straight. He's basically kept them tucked up on leg stump.
Past umpire Black from over the wicket. Into the pads of the left-hander. A towering drop kick. That is a glorious stroke. Almost smashing into one of the base of the light tower. That's a big 6. Past the inflatable Chemist Warehouse bouncy castle. That looks like fun. Bartlett's out there jumping around on it. He can go get the ball for us. Pretty stroke. 125 for 5.
Yeah, just a pickup. He's got a bit more bounce to work with there because it was just slightly shorter. Man, that's gone miles. Miles.
He just stood and admired as we checked the replay. Yeah, he knew it. And I was just about to compliment Smith because memory serves, he was a little bit extensive in his first spell at the basin, came back and applied the brakes quite neatly, but just got the line wrong there. And Mindu Mendes, he likes it there. The plick shot's now an uppish back foot. I want to say cut, but he's hit it well in front of square through cover. He's coming back for a second. He's sent back. He could be run out. They'll have to go upstairs. He wanted to come to the danger end. He's the key man. Whatever you do, come into Vikramasinger as you listen to your senior player, surely. He's sent him back. He's ball watching.
Can have a look at your best side on
126 for 5. Could be 6.
Wow.
We wait.
How tight is this? I think
He's
it
out.
could be it. That's gone. He's gone by about sort of 8 inches.
The wickets are broken.
As he starts, it's not a big dive. He's gone to the knees first, and then that's held him up. Oh, he didn't launch himself out. So, yep, that'll be the 6th wicket to fall for Sri Lanka. What an error.
Was that one good throw or 2 good throws? Because the throw has come in from deep extra cover to the non-striker's end.
Yes, it did.
And Smith
went and got it.
Bounce throw. Was it bounce throw?
Yes, it was. It was a bounce throw. 2 bounce throws.
So 2 nods from Coney.
Yes.
PE
right.
teacher's happy.
That's good.
It's
very fine fielding.
Yeah, learning. 126 for the loss of 6. So Hasaranga arrives.
Well, he's had a good spell today, Hasaranga. And in Wellington, he got, I think, 30 or something like that, I would have thought. He likes to stay leg side, and he likes to play those cuts. And sometimes they go over the top of the slip cordon. Sometimes he hits them well. And they end up sort of 3rd man round to backward point area. He likes to give himself a little bit of room to play the stroke. But this one was punched hard. It was partially fielded, wasn't it? Then the 2nd man throw it, and Wickramasinghe just kept on coming.
Yeah, I've had a shocker. I've described Mendes as the man out. It's Wickramasinghe.
Just kept on coming, and that's, I think,
both
that's
the ball
captain.
watching, aren't they?
That's the captain's throwing it nicely to the bowler's end. He's got it and fielded and thrown very powerfully down the length of the pitch to Tom Latham, who has had the bails off quickly.
126 for 6. Hasaranga, the right-hander, again, loves getting leg side and gliding the ball past the diving Phillips down towards 3rd man, so he's off the mark in trademark fashion. Well, trademark, that's based on what we saw in the basin. On the bouncy surface. He's 1 off 1. Mendes is still there, thankfully. He's 61 not out. So Wickramasinghe is the man out, run out. Lovely slide. Get onto your feet, throw in one motion from Santner. And then Smith too. I think John Brace used the word engaged, talking about him at 3rd man. He always paying such attention. He knew exactly what to do. Onto the front foot. Kamindu Mendes driving through point for a single. That is the end of the Smith over, who now has figures of 1 for 34 of 6 overs. 128 for the loss of 6. 25 overs have been bowled. Target is 256. Long way away. Gone. Kusaka for 1. Vishka Fernando, that is for 10. Kusal Mendes for 2. Sri Lanka run out for 4 at that stage. It was 22 for 4. A little partnership between Lenegay and Kamindu Mendes. Lenegay, though, gone caught Latham off the bowling of Smith. As he tried to ramp his way out of trouble, New Zealand sensed it could be his undoing. He played a couple of beauties, including one that went for 6. With feathered an edge on for 22, and they've just seen Wickramasinghe run out. Santner's back into the attack from the members' end, from over the wicket to the left-hander. Mendes works him through square leg for a single. 129 for 6.
Yeah, he's bowling tidily, isn't he? He's targeting the left-hander, and he's going in quite quickly from over the wicket and angling it into middle and leg, but not allowing them to sweep at this stage. That's just a little bit short for that. It's a bit quick for that. And so he's really just enabled them to tuck him into the leg side. So he's controlling the number of runs when he bowls to the left-hander. See how he goes to the righty.
Hasaranga waits, the right-hander, gets width outside of off-stump, and then tries to murder it through the onside with an ugly slog. He missed.
Yep.
Least time we talk about that shot, probably the better, right, Jerry?
That shot? Yeah, I don't think it's in the cricket coaching book for
boys.
boys.
We have
that
umpire review for stumping.
Hold on.
I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If you can have a look at the best side
he was
on
off
angle,
the back
please.
foot, wasn't he? He's not going to be probably lifting that foot, or as it slid.
Oh, he swung. Did he swing out of his boots?
Okay,
Foot's down, foot's
still
down.
Grounded. Still grounded. Okay, roll it through to the birds coming off.
Thanks,
okay, foot is grounded. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Umpire Corey Black on debut. That's a bit of a debut call, isn't it? At one moment when he counted to 5 and said it was over. I feel your pain, Corey. I feel your pain. Luckily, Ian Smith wasn't here to murder you. Here's a swing and a miss and bowled. Hasaranga, bye-bye now. That is a heave right across the line, and he's a long way through the shot. 7 down now. We're into the final act, you would think, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, well, Hasaranga's come out knowing that his team would need, I don't know, 10 or 11 and over, maybe more. And so he feels that to get there, he's going to get them all. And so he's going to do that by giving himself room outside his leg stump, and he's going to hit about 150 through the offside quite quickly.
He was trying to get this over.
That one, he's decided to change his mind at the last moment and go leg side, and he's missed it, and he's been comprehensively bowled. But he's done his job as a bowler. There's no doubt about that today.
He was excellent.
Yeah, so as he walks back, as you say, bye-bye.
Birdie, bye-bye. 129 for the loss of 7. Nish Tiksana, the other spinner who was excellent for Sri Lanka today, he picked up a hat-trick. Towards the end, he got rid of Santner, Smith and Henry. Over a couple of overs, mind you. 5th and 6th ball.
Is that called that's not a broken hat-trick, though, is it? Or does it have to be between innings to be a
That was a
broken
Merv Hughes.
hat-trick?
Was that a Merv Hughes hat-trick?
Oh,
he did it.
I think that's happened a few times. But, yeah, Merv Hughes is one of them. You're right.
Santner bowling to the right-handed Tiksana from around the wicket, spinning and bouncing well bowled. Goes past the outside edge, trying to flail it through point. Santner, quicker through the air, targeting off stump, just pushed into point. No run, 129 for 7.
Yeah, this is Santner's time, isn't it, where he can actually just alter the pace of the deliveries quite significantly. That last one was at 92.
Very slow through the air. That might be in 70s category. Off the inside edge as he pushed forward. They'll get a run through mid-wicket. They're not showing us the speedball radar. That is the end
slow,
of the...
it wasn't registered.
It wasn't registered. 130 for the loss of 7. Joining you after this break, Tom Bartlett.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Suzuki NZ. Drive it home with Suzuki. Nathan Smith continuing from the city end. It's a short delivery which Tiksana ducks under and doesn't score from. 126 more needed for Sri Lanka. 65 balls. And hasn't been a particularly good innings across the ball. Wickets at 6, 18, 18, 22, 79, 126 and 129. The last man out, Hasaranga, bowled by Mitchell Santner. Nathan Smith, so far 6 overs have cost him 34 with 1 wicket, and it is fended to the gully to a agile Glenn Phillips, who does the fielding from Tiksana, and it's a dot ball. 130 for 7. Smith getting some advice from Henry, and the skipper Santner's come over for a chat as well. Texana waits for Nathan Smith, driving this time, but can't beat Daryl Mitchell, who's just forward of point, and it's a dot ball at 130 for 7.
Yeah, well, I mean, once a side loses nearly half its wickets for 20, it does make it really difficult, doesn't it? It puts so much on that next partnership to do everything that, you know, it's a difficult time. But once you do that, and New Zealand have held sway with their opening bowlers in the last 2 games.
Smith in again. This one is played again to Phillips. Again, there's no run.
And it's been through movement, and that's the thing that's caused them problems, and also a little bit of bounce with the new ball has made them a bit uncomfortable, and so they've lost early wickets and never recovered. Very difficult to ask players down at number 8 and 9 to go along at sort of 10 and 11 and 12 and over.
Taps on the ground from Texana as Smith takes that delivery, and it's played again to Phillips. Again, there is no run at 130 for 7. That's 2 games in a row, isn't it, Jerry, where effectively Sri Lanka, their inability to put a partnership together at the top of the order has effectively skittled their chances in the game.
That's right, and the top order players just haven't had the movement of the feet. They haven't gotten to line quite, and they've wafted at the ball quite a lot outside off stump.
Last ball of the Smith over, defended again by Mahesh Texana, and that ends a maiden over from Nathan Smith. 7 overs, 1 for 34. It's 130 for 7 Sri Lanka. 27 overs gone, so they've got 10 overs left, and they still need another 126 runs.
So 12 runs and over is required at the moment, and really Kamindu Mendes has to really just shelter this thing home, doesn't he, and keep the batsman at the other end, do all the facing and all the scoring himself. Well, that's pretty hard also, getting 12 and over and then finding a single off the last ball to come and face. And the other batsmen aren't able to really get off strike either.
Satner will continue from the members' end. Over the wicket to the left-handed Mendes, goes back, turns it through mid-wicket. Will take a single as Phillips comes in off the fence. Ball bouncing awkwardly for Latham, who takes on the body. Not saying much.
There's been a lot of slightly coy waves to the keeper, looking away from him, holding up a hand to say sorry about that bouncing at your feet.
It's one of those days where Latham could have bruises all over his body from balls bouncing in.
Not batting.
Run out today. Right-handed Texana waits for Satno, tosses it up, and the ball is claimed by Latham, who whips the bails off just in case. 131 for 7.
So let's see how Santner tries to approach this over against Texana, the lower order players. What sort of changes of pace is he going to use?
Throws it up again, very slow, and Texana has to wait for quite some time to play that out to point.
So that's certainly one that's been nicely flighted. Ends up quite full. It's in the 70s. 77 Ks, that one.
Round the wicket again goes Satner, a little bit flatter this time. Goes back and plays it to cover. No runs scored at 131 for 7.
Can't quite get it through to the man at cover there. He's got a big gap between backward point, where 2 men are positioned for a reverse sweep as well as the cut, late cut.
Flatter, up goes Satner, up goes the finger. Texana went back. It was a flatter delivery from Mitchell Satner. Got caught on the crease, and it looked a pretty good shout at first glance. Sri Lankans having a conversation about a possible review. They are going to review it, but it feels like a long shot this. 131 for 8 the score, and the third umpire will take a look. Third umpire with First Mortgage Trust.
2 slower deliveries, and then one that's just a little bit quicker, faster, flatter, and catches the batsman on his back foot and into the pads, around about sort of middle and leg, perhaps, if on the angle. from the left-hander, just skids on, beats the bat, and it's hitting below the knee roll.
Doesn't appear to be any bat there, but can we confirm that with?
It's just a question of whether it's going to hit that leg stump. It's been given out on the field, so it's just got to some part of the ball just has to take leg stump.
Gap between bat and ball. Okay, let's go for ball tracking when ready, please.
And you can see the front foot is not even in front of the popping crease at all. He's gone look to go forward and then back.
Pitching outside off, impact in line.
It's missing.
Wickets missing.
So just that angle, the angle that's coming in from
versus decision.
Slightly lower arm that skids it as well at the batsman. Both bowler and the umpire are sharing it. Gee, I thought that was out.
Oh, I thought it was out. You thought it was out.
Yeah, it should have been given. Something wrong with that DRS.
I did give it out. I did give it out. So Satner, score goes back to 131 for 7. Toss this one up, and Shana comes forward and plays out to Phillips and the covers, and that ends the over. The 28th of inning. So 9 remaining. Sri Lanka still need another 128 runs to win. Take a short break here at Seddon Park, and we'll be back in just a moment.
SENZradio.nz. From cricket to rugby.
It was dropping, but he got his hands under it. Mendes is not entirely convinced that he's out. No doubt there'll be a review of some kind here. O'Rourke has the wicket as it stands. Mitchell diving forward at mid-wicket to take the catch. And we'll have another review of this one, Jeremy Coney.
Yes, that's right, we will have. And they'll review just whether he got all his hands and fingers underneath the ball.
Have an umpire,
and was he in control of the catch? I think is the wording of the law to say, did he have control of the ball throughout the catch? Certainly looked as if he got there. But we're going to need another angle than that. That's from behind him.
Looks like it might be hands under the ball, but have we got a better angle than that, please?
Certainly he's looked a lot happier coming forward for the catch. It's bounced a little bit, but has it bounced off his fingers and up into the hands?
Not back to first contact.
Do we think that it's gone and got into the ground at all, the ball? Or has the hand controlled that?
Okay, it looks like the fingers are under the ball and the ball's bounced up into the hands. Have we got any other angles there, please?
At the moment, it sounds as though the umpire is happy, the third umpire, is to give him out because he's got fingers underneath. And he's happier now with that angle.
Decision for the big screen. I've got fingers under the ball. The ball has been...
It's quite a good catch, actually. Quite well judged when they're that close to the ground. And he had to move slightly to his right and go underneath it.
So, confirmation of the catch completed by Daryl Mitchell. Kamindu Mendes' very good innings comes to an end. Caught by Mitchell at mid-wicket off O'Rourke for 64. Sri Lanka lose their 8th wicket at 131. We will take a short break here at Seddon Park and be back in just a moment. got all of that at 135 for 8.
Yeah, he's missed the Yorker, just a little bit short of that, and that's allowed him to hit through the line. That actually sums up almost the innings, doesn't it? We've just seen a wicket fall. At the same time, we've seen a very clean stroke go through the field to the boundary.
Malinga 4 as O'Rourke goes short and down the leg side though, so it'll be a wide. 136 for 8. Just followed him a little there, didn't he, O'Rourke?
Well, he did, and that made Malinga feel a wee bit uncomfortable. He had to come back inside it.
I suspect it was one of those ones where you're bracing for impact, but just got out of the way in time. The left-hander in just his second ODI. O'Rourke, again, it's a short delivery. He's given himself some room, just tried to ramp it up over the top of Daryl Mitchell in the slips. No contact through to Latham, 136 for 8.
That's a good line, though, Tom, because, I mean, he's learned there from Wellington. What occurred in Wellington was he gave them a bit of room outside off stump, and they were cutting at him wildly. And a few runs came from his bowling. I think 50 came from his 10 overs, or 8 overs perhaps it was. But here he's actually followed them and got much closer to the body.
Last ball of O'Rourke's over as he goes round the wicket, and it's heaved in the air. Smith's coming across, diving, and completes the catch. At third man, what a catch that is from Nathan Smith. It was full from O'Rourke. Malinga through the hands of it, got a thick edge, and it flew a long way in the air, and Smith had a lot of ground to cover, and he dived across in front of the sight screen to take the catch. And Malinga is out. O'Rourke has his second. Sri Lanka, 136 for 9. What a catch, Jeremy.
Yeah, quite difficult because he looked to hoik that to the leg side, and he had to move very late, Smith. Moved very fast and quickly as he does in the field. He's a very athletic man moving across the ground, and it certainly brought a smile from both Smith's face as well as he realised he'd taken it with two hands, had the ball in his hand and held it as it also hit the ground because he's quite high in the air diving, and also a smile from the bowler as well. So that was a nice piece of cricket, and that's the engagement that Braces was talking about a bit earlier. Even though he's in a position on the boundary, I think you sort of know as a cricketer when you see the way that the Sri Lankan batsmen are playing, there's every chance of getting a stroke like so. You're very much, even though at third man, you're very much in the game.
Very athletic catch from Nathan Smith to dismiss Issa Malinga. O'Rourke 2 for 26 at the end of his 6th over. 29 overs bowled at Seddon Park of 37. 136 for 9. And so Sri Lanka still needing another 120 to win with just one wicket in hand. And Mitchell Satner is going to continue. 4 overs, 1 for 13. And can he finish this off and give New Zealand that 2-0 lead in the series? Of course, Auckland, game 3 on Saturday, and New Zealand here poised to wrap up the series with a game in hand. First delivery swung across the line by Tikshana to mid-wicket. There's Matt Henry on the ring, and there is no run. 136 for 9.
Feeling a bit fake here, Tom. I think Jerry's picked up 9 for enough.
You haven't picked up anything?
I've come in here.
Yeah. I'm in Coldwell. Well, you can pick up the scraps like a good bowler.
I feel like Locke in the Loch Laker.
Tikshana defends the next delivery from Satner onto the offside, and there's no run.
95% of the population going, what the heck's he talking about?
Tossed up this time, swinging across the line is Tikshana. No contact through to Latham, not far away from that off stump.
Been an untidy game, isn't it, though? The range on the spectrum of untidy to messy to really good has been fully coloured in.
Here is Satner. Another one swinging across the line is Tikshana. Not sure whether he's made contact. He's going to get a single. Sri Lanka are going to get a single. Wait for a signal from the umpire. There isn't one. Might have got her under edge, and it's gone past Latham down to short, fine leg. Matt Henry's throwing it back in at 137 for 9. And Asitha Fernando, number 11, coming up to face Mitchell Sattner. Yeah, we had some quite brilliant stroke play earlier in the day from Ravindra and Mark Chapman. Bit of everything since. Here's Sattner bowling to Fernando, and he's defending on the offside, and there's no run.
With a grin.
Asitha Fernando.
I still can't get my head around Mitchell bowling his 2 overs.
It was a bit strange.
So, you know, another strange incident in the match.
Slip in place now as Sattner bowls, and swinging hard as Asitha Fernando, that it just trickles out to Will Young at mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, 30 gone. Sri Lanka need 256 to win. They're 137 for 9. New Zealand, Will O'Rourke, 137 for 9 Sri Lanka. Here's O'Rourke bowling to the right-handed Tikshana, and it's a wide. 138 for 9. Target is 256. New Zealand earlier scored 255 for 9 from their 37 overs. The game reduced due to rain this afternoon. Didn't get underway till 4:30, so he lost 26 overs. 37 overs aside, New Zealand 255 for 9. Rachin Ravindra is 79, the top scorer in that New Zealand innings. And Sri Lanka, well, it's never really looked likely. Here's O'Rourke bowling. It's in the air to the right-hand side of Henry, who's at mid-off, and it's going to go out to the boundary for 4. Good-looking shot, good timing. Actually timed it a lot better than I gave him credit for, Tikshana, at the start. Nice-looking shot. He's 6 and Sri Lanka 142 for 9.
But the outfield's been very good. Anything that's got through, it's been hard to chase down. But it is, yeah, it's a nice shot through the covers.
Dominant performance from New Zealand. They dominated game 1, and as it's turned out here, a big win incoming. O'Rourke bowls, it's in the air, up, and no, it's not up. It's been taken forward of point. It's a great catch from Daryl Mitchell. And so the last wicket falls. Tikshana caught Mitchell, bowled O'Rourke, and New Zealand win by 113 runs to take a 2-0 lead in the 3-game series. They win the series with just the Auckland game to play, but O'Rourke finishes strongly for New Zealand with 3 wickets. And that's a good catch at the end of a, as you say, John Bracewell, funny old game of cricket. New Zealand, in the end, dominant 113-run win.
Yeah, pretty comprehensive win by New Zealand, as it's turned out, all based around, on the surface, you have to say the partnership between Ravindra and Chapman, the way they batted. I thought they batted extremely well. Probably both of them threw away the opportunity to pick up 100. They were that dominant looking until they got out and scored so easily. No one else in the game really has scored that easily. So perhaps the surface was a little trickier than we gave it credit, but there was some messy stuff in the game as well. I think Sri Lanka spinners were very good. They were competitive. They put themselves in a position where, in a chase, it was probably 250 odd was just par. And they didn't bat well enough. I think they were frightened by the New Zealand bowlers coming at them, going hard at them. Matt Henry got seam. Duffy got swing. O'Rourke continued with his pace. I was very impressed with Smith in terms of, I really like his action, his run-up, his enthusiasm and his engagement as a cricketer. And Sattner's just continued his summer of flight and guile and captained the side very, very well, picking up what I called an assist and a run-out and a fantastic run-out as well.
Players shaking hands on Seddon Park at the end of the second one-day international. New Zealand asked to bat first by Sri Lanka at the toss in a 37 over a side contest. They posted 255 for 9. Rachin Ravindra top scoring with 79. Enjoyed a big partnership with Mark Chapman, who scored 62. Contributions from Daryl Mitchell, 38. Glenn Phillips 22 and Mitchell Satner 20 in that total of 255 for 9. The Sri Lankans, their spinners, ended up being the stars of their bowling effort. Mahesh Theekshana, 8 overs, 4 for 44. And Wanindu Hasaranga, 8 overs, 2 for 39. 256 was the target. Sri Lanka, well, it all kind of started to collapse early on when they slumped to 4 for 22. Asanka, Fernando Mendes and Asalanka all dismissed inside the first 5 overs, and they just never recovered, and in the end bowled out for 142. Shining light in their innings was Kamindu Mendes, who scored 64, but didn't really have much help outside of him. Matt Henry took a wicket at the tops, as Jacob Duffy took a couple of wickets early on. Will O'Rourke came back strongly to take 3 for 31 to be the best of the New Zealand bowlers. Nathan Smith a wicket, and Mitchell Satner also took a wicket. New Zealand bowling Sri Lanka out for 142 to win by 113 runs to take an unassailable 2-0 lead in the series. And when you look at that, John Bracewell, in terms of the 2 games we've seen, 9-wicket win at the Basin, 113-run win here in Hamilton tonight, thoroughly deserved the series win that they're going to get.
Yeah, I think they played very, very well in terms of dominating the opposition. I think if you're looking towards the cycle of the Champions Trophy and moving this side forward, there's a lot of stuff around the fringes they need to tidy up. And when they debrief and are honest about it, they'll know that. One is continual partnership. Another one is if you're in, be ruthless. And the other one is some of the fielding, I think, was a bit sloppy today. We dropped 2 catches. We didn't get a hand on one, and some of the throwing was appalling, to say the least. So there's a lot of stuff there that